sur la mezzanine au bout à gauche. Village de soudure aussi, vous allez pouvoir souder des trucs sur vos badges. Ensuite, village à radiofréquence, RF. Il y a aussi un examen, ceux qui voudraient avoir la certification radiofréquence amateur. Vous pouvez aller voir le village RF, ils vont pouvoir vous expliquer comment faire. L'examen de certification, c'est demain, vendredi soir. Et aussi, on a un village d'agriculture urbaine, où vous allez pouvoir repartir avec votre plantation, une semis avec une graine, puis vous allez pouvoir faire. Grosso modo, ça ressemble à ça. Cette année, il y a une zone pré-CTF, donc il n'y a rien à gagner, ce n'est pas une compétition, c'est juste pour le plaisir. Mais grosso modo, il y a un endroit, quand vous descendez dans les villages, tout en bas complètement, à gauche, il va y avoir plusieurs tables. Vous avez juste à amener votre laptop, vous branchez, il y a des power bars qui sont là. Il y a un kiosque de Wiz, RootMe. Il y a aussi le CTF 101 du NorthSec. Il suffit juste de vous brancher au réseau. Vous allez pouvoir faire des challenges pour le plaisir. Pour ce qui est de RootMe, c'est un accès à RootMe Pro. C'est gratuit. Fait que ceux qui veulent l'essayer, c'est une plateforme qui vient de l'Europe. Puis vous allez pouvoir apprendre des choses aussi là-dessus. Village de lockpicking aussi, pour les cadenas. Village Foolab, plein de choses qui vont vous montrer. L'Observatoire de l'UQAM aussi, qui va vous parler de leur rapport sur les cyberincidents. Il y a aussi un truc avec de l'AI, puis une webcam. Il suffit de vous asseoir devant, puis l'AI va vous parler, va vous décrire quelque chose. Vous pouvez interagir avec aussi. Puis il y a aussi le musée des badges. Il y a aussi sur l'horaire, sur le site web des villages, il y a une autre colonne pour des activités un peu plus ponctuelles. Grosso modo, c'est des board games. En rentrant dans les villages, à droite complètement, il va y avoir 2 espèces de kiosques. Il suffit de vous joindre à eux. Puis, grosso modo, il va y avoir une game qui va partir à chaque heure. Vous avez juste à vous présenter, puis ils vont pouvoir vous joindre à une séance de jeu. C'est pas mal ça? Pas mal ça.
C'est bon.
All right.
Hi everyone, welcome to NorthSec. So you guys should probably already know the drill, but if you're new this year, you know we have a code of conduct. You should have read it when you got your tickets. But just as a reminder, this is, that's where you can go and visit the code of conduct. These are the principles. Be friendly and welcoming, be patient and constructive, be respectful and collaborative, and be responsible. So respect people, respect stuff. Some people are new, make sure you're, welcoming, and not everybody knows everything that more by volunteer.
Je veux surtout prendre un moment pour remercier les bénévoles parce qu'on est quand même un événement 100% bénévole, bâti par des bénévoles, et je peux vous assurer que ça prend énormément de temps, et pas des professionnels, et tout le monde investit énormément de temps, donc merci à tout le monde. Et en tant que bénévole, il y a des imprévus, il y a des moments de stress, et on est en train d'en vivre un actuellement. Donc pour être transparent, les badges ne sont pas encore là. Comme vous pouvez le voir, on ne les a pas encore autour de notre cou. Pour l'anecdote, j'étais en train de parler avec le COO de DHL Canada hier soir à 22h30. Ça atterrit ce matin à Montréal, on devrait les recevoir aujourd'hui. L'équipe va tout faire pour que vous les ayez d'ici la fin de journée. Donc s'il vous plaît, soyez patients, n'harcelez pas les registrations pour avoir vos badges parce qu'ils ne sont pas encore là, tout simplement. Donc voilà, donc cet après-midi, on va faire un gros travail à la chaîne pour faire en sorte qu'ils soient prêts d'ici fin de journée ce soir. Désolé pour ça. Sinon, malgré tous ces imprévus, il y a énormément de passion qui rassemble tout le monde, les bénévoles. Donc c'est vraiment beaucoup d'entraide et une immense fierté de pouvoir bâtir cet événement tous ensemble. Donc c'est pour la communauté. Et honnêtement, sans cet engagement collectif, il n'y aurait pas de NorthSec. Donc cette année, en prenant la présidence, Mon seul objectif était juste de pouvoir faire aussi bien que mes prédécesseurs. Donc, j'espère qu'on va pouvoir y arriver aussi bien que les précédents présidents. Mais je voulais aussi qu'on conserve l'ADN de NorthSec, donc avoir cet aspect communautaire, cette accessibilité, et aussi avoir des gens passionnés qui partagent leur expérience, peu importe leur parcours. Donc, NorthSec, pour moi, c'est aussi quelque chose qui est spécial, non pas par la technicité, mais aussi par le fait de pouvoir partager, échanger. Donc, s'il vous plaît, continuez à le faire. Posez des questions, échangez, amusez-vous. Et donc, voilà, je vous souhaite un excellent NorthSec. Dernière petite chose, comme Andréane l'a mentionné, si jamais vous voulez vous investir dans l'organisation, n'hésitez pas à nous écrire. Donc, voilà, merci à tous, bon NorthSec, et maintenant je passe la parole à Pascal Fortin, président et directeur général de CyberEco.
Salut, pour ceux qui sont tannés de me voir faire l'ouverture, ça fait 13 ans. Je suis super content que l'événement continue de croître et d'être le plus extraordinaire CTF canadien, le plus grand, pour ceux qui ont encore des doutes, là, parce que des fois, on voit des messages sur LinkedIn de gens qui prétendent que c'est un autre événement, mais c'est bien le NorthSec qui est le plus gros de loin. On en est très fiers. Je pense que ce sont des keyboards et qui sont les plus importants de l'industrie de la cybersécurité. On ne le dit pas assez souvent. Donc, c'est bien d'avoir un CSSP et d'être maître des politiques, mais comme disait si bien Benoît Dupont, que pas mal tout le monde connaît ici, essayer de regarder le monde de la cybersécurité juste sur des processus d'affaires et puis des contrôles qu'on peut imaginer. Puis est-ce que finalement le métier bénévole de concepteur de challenge est menacé? En tout cas, le plaisir de faire des challenges qui peuvent être brisés rapidement par l'IA, ça change la donne un peu pour les bénévoles de CTF. J'espère qu'on va entendre leur perspective à un certain point en rétrospection de tout cet événement-là. Vous noterez que je suis tout seul ce matin. Il n'y a pas de ministre de la cybersécurité au Québec qui vient parler. Il n'y en a plus. Pas en arrière. Je pense que oui. On avait essayé d'innover et de faire des choses au Québec. Entre autres, ça avait permis peut-être de rapprocher un peu le gouvernement du terrain. On est inquiet un peu pour l'avenir. On comprend que le Québec n'a pas des ressources financières très importantes en ce moment. Donc, on se pose des questions. On voit aussi l'appétit financier pour les projets qui touchent la sécurité, la résilience des
getting the badges here. It's been an ordeal. It's been absolutely chaotic, but they are real, I swear. Got one here. It's one of the V2s, but this is exactly what you guys will get in a couple hours, hopefully. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the features. Similar to last year, you'll see some familiar features. We've kept the PCI. We've kept a few of the extra features that we kind of built over the last years with some new stuff. One of the feedback points that we got a lot was the social aspect's great. It gets people to talk to one another. You're going to be like, who's that person I talked to during that presentation that was really cool? I want to follow up with them, but I can't remember. So we figured that out. In the badge this year, there's going to be a Wi-Fi portal that you can access. So there's a little bit of a sneak peek to the UI. And that will actually allow you to opt in. It's off by default, so it's all local, it's all opt-in, to put your information. So when you are actually syncing with other participants, you can opt to share that information with other participants. So whether it's an email, whether it's a website like you see on my demo, you can keep contact with people throughout the NorthSec conference.
Hello, everyone. By show of hands, who here is here at their first NorthSec? Wow, that's a lot of people. I wouldn't be where I am today in my career if it wasn't for cybersecurity conferences and the amazing people I've met there. So if you feel alone here, come talk to me, come talk to anyone who has a red t-shirt, and you can also go talk to Eric Chauvet right there. He loves talking with people. And why I'm talking about this is because one of...
All right, folks, how's everybody doing today? A little weak. Get some more coffee. Come on back. Yeah, I did all the Canadian stuff, all the Quebecian things. We hit poutine. We got the bagels. We went to the Habs game. The single dumbest goal I've seen in the history of hockey, and I played as a little kid. Like, the ref. How many of you are hockey fans and watched that game? Like, the ref came around behind the goal and was like, what the? Like, the good deal. So, I know he asked before. I didn't see it. I was too busy trying to get up here. This is their first time at NorthSec. Because we hear all the time about APT, right? What does APT stand for? Advanced Persistent Threat. Every single time you hear about a breach, their disclosure is an advanced persistent threat. What they don't want to say, like, for example, Apple in 2019, I think it was, they don't want to say it was a kid in mom's basement that did it after he finished his geometry homework. It was literally, that's literal stands. They're still a threat. But so often the APT isn't A or P. They're just the T here, right? One case study of this, Equifax. The one reason I like this is we've got really good dates on it. Many of the other ones, we don't have really good dates because they're not super forthcoming with this. But the date between the patch and the date between the breach is what I find most fascinating here, right? So 2 months after the patch was announced is when they were breached. And then it's the same old stuff. That APT doesn't have to be very advanced or persistent. Like, years roll by and they're still using this stuff. I still hear people talking about the exchange flaw and getting popped by that. How many decades old is it at this point? Right, not really, but, right? Old stuff. We've got to get better at flagged by AV. What isn't is NCAT. It comes with Nmap. Nmap is a port scanner. So he just installed Nmap and then used NCAT, and AV was like, fair enough, carry on. Like, dead stupid simple stuff, right? And we're like trying to recompile code. Just worked just great here. Another good one, I don't know if you folks know Jeff McJunkin, one of the nicest people in cybersecurity. I call him the Mr. Rogers of cybersecurity. You guys have Mr. Rogers up here? Sort of, not really. I mean, it's old at this point. But he was playing with a tool, the CTF tool. It was getting caught. At the time, he used a tool called Defender Check. Figures out what bytes. It was literally triggering on the name of the author. That was the signature. So it was as if he changed this executable, put those little glasses with the mustache and the nose on, and be like, no, I'm not Travis Ormandy. I'm Travis Zomandy. Totally not the same person. And AV, once again, is like, fair enough, carry on. And so many times, it's just these dead, simple sort of things that end up working far too often. Here's another great example. A friend of mine he bought a webcam. He's like, cool, let's hack this webcam. Any of you do any IoT hacking type stuff? Cool. The really neat thing with IoT is it looks cool. The dirty little secret is it's a Linux kernel from like 2008. And you'd be like, oh, cool. Well, I can get root really easy. Well, don't worry about that because the whole thing runs as root anyhow. It's amazing. So he gets his camera and wrote a blog post on how he reverse engineered it. Okay? Used binwalk. Binwalk is a really neat tool to look at files and figure out if it's 3 files wrapped in a trench coat. 3 files duct taped together. It'll find some of those boundaries. Found 3 different boundaries. I know the font size is a little bit small for those of you in the back here. 1 here, 2, second one here. This is a gzip file. I don't know what a pack file is. And another gzip file. Extract those pieces. One of them shows up as a Minix file system. Just fancy Linux. Not even fancy Linux. Like, what's the opposite of fancy? American? I don't know, whatever. So we get this Linux file system. If you get access to a Linux file system, where's the first spot you might end up looking? Etsy password, right? What's going to be an Etsy password and the associated Etsy shadow? Password hashes. We'll come back to that in just a second here. Also looked around the file system. So, whoa, was that like Inception where it just kept going? That is cool. Can we do that again at the end? Anyway, looked at the file system. There was server. Inside of server was CGI bin Anani. What do you think Anani stands for? Anonymous. So if you went to that camera without logging in and went to Anani what is it? The Anani directory, mjpeg.cgi, you could view the camera without access, just by looking around the file system. So here's a little trick. Don't tell anybody, but I'm not very smart. I bought a very similar camera, followed his hack by numbers. Somebody said before, take a look in Etsy password. I did. And what was really neat is there was an account called Factory Test. Now, the password had this really strong encryption called base 64. So, just decrypted, right? It's like, did anybody watch A Christmas Story, like around Christmas time? Like, you know, he gets his little, you're like, be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Like, that's how you decrypt the base 64. And it turns out the password was the same as the username, but whatever. And you could log into these devices and access all over the place. Dead freaking simple. I called him up. He's a buddy of mine. I was like, hey, did you try this? He's like, no, and now I feel like a moron. Right? Dead simple stuff often works. Don't have to get super fancy, super high tech. I love sports. Any giant sports fans here? We had a few earlier, and a little frustrated after that last game. You're like, I refuse to watch any American football fans? Like over here, okay, cool, all right. Anyway, I love sports. I love live sports. I'll even go to a cricket game, I think. I just can't go for 6 days or however the hell long it lasts. But I was trying to watch an NFL game on my iPad. Now, at the time, Amazon and Apple had this feud. They were fighting with each other. They were being very, very, very petty. And I was trying on my iPad to watch on Amazon and cast it to my screen. It would let me watch locally, but I couldn't cast it to the screen. And I was like, well, that's exceptionally petty. I have the stream here. Can I just watch it on a different screen? And they're like, definitely not. Okay. So get the file, look at the traffic. There's a config file. Inside the config file, it says AirPlay false. This means Amazon had the feature and they're like, let's turn it off. The developer went through the trouble to test and implement this feature, and they're like, no, they can't have that. It's too nice. So, what do? Turn it to true, right? Then I got an invalid signature. If you scroll to the bottom of the request, there was this signature. What's next? Give me some ideas. What's next? You're doing this. Strip the signature. I get people that are like, well, reverse engineer the signature. No. I tried that. I'm not smart enough. I just deleted it. It worked. Like, it goes through the thing. It's like, we should check the... Whatever, carry on. Right? Didn't have to get fancy with trying to find certificates and overwrite stuff. It's like, nope, just nuke it. One of my favorite bug of all time. I call this the participation trophy. If on a Mac OS, you try to get a root prompt and you just hit enter over and over again, yay, root. MySQL had a similar bug. 1 out of 256 times, it just lets you in. What's really funny with this one, I have to imagine, is a Nessus scanner hit a MySQL system and said such and such password work. And then the person who saw this is trying to validate it and it's not working. And tries and it doesn't work. And finally he's like, screw it, and puts it in a loop. And then it works. It's like, what the hell was that? Coolest bug of all time. That's my favorite. It's the participation trophy. It's like, well, you tried to hack us. You know what? Good job. Here you go. Let's talk through another example here. Thinking the simple and dumb, right? Who wants to go to Las Vegas? Good answer. The answer is no. It's hot, and it's in the summer, so it's really hot. There was a competition a couple of years ago where if you completed the challenges, got a whole bunch of points here, you could get a free trip to Vegas. They cover your room. You get a badge. You get some swag. I have removed the name here to protect the innocent. I had never been to Black Hat. I'm like, I want to go to Black Hat. So we're going to play the game. By the way, if you ever create a hacking game, throw away your rule book. Expect people to cheat. It's part of the game, right? We'll come back to some of that in a second here. How do you get points? How do we get points here? You get points for installing on a new device, 10 points. Map a network, 5 points. Do a bunch of other stuff. Find a vulnerability, 100. Cool. I want to get a lot of points. So what's the first thing we do? Like the very, very, very first thing. Install it on a device. This is not hard, okay? Right, we install it on a device. Cool, 10 points. Well, I don't have that many. I went to like my one other friend and installed it on their device, and I'm like, well, there's 20 points. Pretty sure that's not gonna win me a free trip. So now we gotta play the game a little bit. So if we look inside the request, when that initial registration happens, we get something that looks like this. Okay, we had magic equals blah, 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 data equals blah, 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 blah. Very specifically here, what's the characters that we see here? What kind of characters? Base 64, right? Uppercase, lowercase numbers, right? And might have a plus in here somewhere, equal at the end, be aware. Base 32 looks very similar, so you might try a couple of different ones. This happened to be base 64. So, what do? Decode it, right? Decode that sucker. Here's what the data looked like. Data looks like this. We got the scan time. I changed some numbers here. New device ID down here. What's our next step if we want to register a bunch of devices? Rotate the device ID. Let's go simpler. Replay it. Yeah. Hammered it. I'm like, you know what? I could modify this But that seems hard, and just went play, 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 play. I looked, points, I'm like, oh, sweet. Yeah, like I said, I'm not that smart. I tried the dumbest thing first here. So a friend of mine, a former friend of mine and I, we both wanted to win this thing. So I told him what I was doing. So he started doing the exact same thing. The problem is his internet is faster than mine. So I'm hammering it, he's hammering it, his hammer is bigger and faster than mine, so I may or may not have tried to run this on a work computer for a little bit to get it faster. But he's still kicking my butt. This was, I very vividly remember this. It was Mother's Day. We're sitting at lunch for my wife's mom, and I'm looking, I figured out a little trick to make it go faster, and I'm doing the math, and I should pass him in about 6 minutes. Being a terrible son-in-law, I keep looking at my phone like I'm gonna pass him, and I'm gonna text him after, right, that I pass him, and the whole thing goes offline. And I'm like this close to passing him. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why? I get a phone call to my number, which just my cell phone number, from Israel saying, hey, we're developing this product and we're trying to sell it. You're hammering our systems. Can you stop? I'm like, well, yeah, fair enough. And then they were telling us they were going to take away our points. And we're like, no. We're playing a game here. This is very important to us. So they changed it. I could no longer do the replay attacks. So now the gentleman suggested, I want to change the device ID, right? I want to change that. The problem is when I changed that, I got an invalid magic. My magic was up here in the left. What the hell is the magic? I don't know. Cool thing is, we can look inside the source code because I had this running on an Android device. Very specifically, this name value pair. The rest, irrelevant. Double click on that, takes me to here. There's my magic. Let's follow this backward. Magic is stir. Where does stir come from? Stir comes from A2, caret, something related to A2. What the hell is A2? A2 comes from B, which turns out B is my data. So I take my B, my data, do something that function, I don't know what that function does yet, and then take the fifth character, because we count from 0, right? And then the last 9 characters. And that's my signature, if you will. But now we got to figure out what that particular function does. Now, like I said, I'm not super smart. I looked at this function and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to guess at what this does. Any guesses as to what this function might do? CRC solved? No. I'll give you a hint. There's text on the screen. It's just a base 64. The other tip here is the 3 and the 4. Base 64 takes 3 bytes, converts it into 4 bytes. I didn't know. I saw this and I'm like, hell, let's try it. Like I could reverse engineer this, but let's just try to base 64 it, like our hashing algorithm. Grab the 5th character in the last 9, modify that device ID, hammer the sorcerer, hammer that. I am creating magic. I am now a sorcerer, right? Now I am also, most importantly, beating Tim Tomes, and we're now on speaking terms again. He's a good dude. So the cool thing is Tim and I were going back and forth on ways to speed some of these things up. Like he turned it into Python with threading, open the connection, send the data, tear down the connection. The time it took you to say that sentence, I think I got about 150,000 points. Your 500 means nothing. So, hammered that thing here, we had the race. What's really interesting is here's some of the folks that were a little bit lower down. right? Poor Mike Golly here. These people actually had a decent number of friends. And then we saw like Christy Priory here figured out some of the replay attack and then just got bored after a while. And then we got a little ridiculous. We should have had about 7 billion points by the end, and then before we shut the thing down. But free trip to Vegas, free room, free all sorts of fun stuff. My point here is none of this was super fancy, right? Just testing some basic assumptions and doing that instead of going crazy. Like, I completely guessed here. Somewhere back here, I don't know where it is. Yeah, I completely guessed here. Just for the sake of time. Trust your gut, take a guess. If you can test it quickly and move on, do that. None of the rest of the stuff was fancy. It was literally open the thing up, look for the word magic, try to reverse engineer that, and by that I mean completely take a guess, right? Take pieces, replay. The replay was absolutely dead simple here. So try the dead simple stuff here. But my point here is you never know too much. And far too often, and I find this, the more information that I know, sometimes I get stuck. I get stuck with too much knowledge. At least that's the way I like to spin it. Right? Like I get stuck, like I can't take a step back. I can't remove the things I know, and there's so many assumptions that are going in here, or ideas. I'm like, they're going to do this, and you're like, what if I try the really simple thing down here? And I can't get myself to take a step back. And I say that because I want you to think simple. There is so much value in learning from new people. Who are the new people in the room that have been in security relatively new? Here's the thing. You folks have a superpower at this point. You have never seen some of these things before, which means you don't have biases and assumptions about those things that some of us people might have. And you might look at it a little bit differently. Now, for those of you who have been around a long time, don't kill those people. And I see it far too often where you get the experienced person and they want to show off how smart they are. And a new person is inquisitive. They want to learn about this thing, and they're like, well, but technically, and you can see that new person's heart just drop. And there's only so many times where you can do that before they lose that curiosity. They lose that sense of exploration and investigation because, well, Steve's just going to crap on me because he knows freaking everything, even when Steve doesn't. So it's important. Learn from the new people. I've got people in my organization, I ask them all the time, I'm like, hey, you're new here. Give me your perspective on this. You're like, I'm new. Well, you want mine? I'm like, yeah, because yours is different. You haven't been here. Just because it's the same that we've always done it does not mean it's the right answer. In fact, it's probably wrong. Get those new people's perspective. Learn from each other. New people, of course, can learn from the more senior people, but it's really easy for us more senior people to not want to learn from the new folks. And they have so much, they've got that, like I said, a superpower. Another thing, whether you're junior or senior, teach someone. Even if you're junior, I can guarantee you have some knowledge I don't have. I can guarantee you have knowledge people in this room don't have. So if you've ever thought like, man, I could never do a talk, you're absolutely wrong. You can. Nothing that we did here was high tech. We decrypted base 64, right? The APT used off-the-shelf exploit code that had been around for months or years. Nothing is super advanced. What I want to do, if you're new and you haven't give talks, give something that you're interested in. You're like, yeah, but somebody else has done that talk before. That's fine. People probably haven't heard that talk. Also, give me your spin on it. Why is this important to you? I want to see what's your passion behind this. Why do you care? Why should I care? I might not know enough to even care. Here's another little tip. Every single person that shows up to your talk is pulling for you. It's not like a comedy show. You go to a comedy show, I was talking to this with Ron Bowes if he's here. Comedy show, people sit back and they're like, make me laugh, old man. And at a talk, people are like begging, like, please teach me something. They're there, they are pulling for you. So get out there, teach, share with each other. There's opportunities for the lightning talks later. I'll give you a little tip though. If you've never given a talk before, let's just be honest. Your first one's probably gonna suck. And if we're okay with that, fine. Guess what? Your second one's not going to, or less so. My first ever talk that I did was supposed to be an hour long. I talk very fast, and when I'm nervous, I talk really, really fast. I was absolutely shredding through this talk on PowerShell. I looked over, my boss is over there, and he's like, slow down. So what I did is, I went faster. And he's like, drink some water. And I'm like, I don't have any water. So to make up for it, I went faster again. I finished an hour talk in 15 minutes and 23 seconds. Have some water. A little tip. Jeff Foxworthy, the comedian, says it. If you think you're going too slow, go slow. Take a breath. Have that water. But I would love to hear from you folks. No one gets to be a seasoned presenter without being a first-time presenter or talk or whatever. It doesn't have to be just talks. It could be blogs or whatever you want. But get out there, teach others. We're all in this together. We're trying to keep the bad guys out, right? And you're like, you know what? Maybe in the future. Yeah, but when? We get stuck in well, I'll do it in the future. Yeah, but if you don't set yourself a deadline and you're doing the same thing forever and ever and ever, nothing's going to change. Get out there, share stuff, or else you're going to end up in the same spot, right? I forgot what this slide says. Yeah, okay, cool. The one thing we can't get back is more time. So be efficient with that. Be deliberate with that. Like I said, plenty of people. I love what they did with the badges with the interactive thing. I tell my folks when they go to conferences, don't feel bad if you don't go to talks. Now, the rest of the speakers are going to be like, I hate this guy, Tim. But the hallway con is so valuable. You're going to find people with the same interests as you. How many of you have gone to a conference and found jobs based on the connections from people that you've met, right? And maybe not, there's a number of hands here. There's probably more. Myself, I'm on that list. But you can get recommendations for type of stuff like that. Find people with a similar passion. And the cool thing is with this is most of you are local, so it's a great opportunity to network with some of those people, right? Give back. Now, the cool thing is I'm going to do this whole talk again, but in French. Je m'appelle Tim, ooh la la, sacre bleu, merde. Okay. No, that's all I got, so. Yeah, thank you all for coming out. Much appreciated. Thank you for suffering through this. And hopefully we'll see you around the rest of the event. And go Habs.
the actual certificate. So certificate transparency is somehow the game changer for private key attribution. As we've said, we have a database of private keys, and we are looking to map them to public keys and especially identities, the identities that are stored in the certificate. And certificate transparency is a huge database of certificates, including public keys and identities. So, well, we wanted to use this to map our private keys and find out what they were used for. So the first idea you could have is, great, we have crt.sh. We can query the database that is already operated by someone with 1 million public key information hash, which doesn't work very well because those services haven't been sought for this specific purpose, and they just don't scale for doing this. If you use crt.sh from time to time, you probably know that half the time it's a 404 you retrieve, and the other half it's a 502 error, and in 1% of the cases you can get an actual response. So that wasn't really an option. And so we started to think about actually querying the logs API to retrieve certificates, which is a known problem, and you can actually do it fairly easily using off-the-shelf libraries, especially from the Go ecosystem that implements all this. And here you have a little code snippet that will just take a log and crawl all the certificates inside it. So theoretically, that's quite simple. But in practice, that's a bit more complicated than you could have thought. Because certificate transparency logs are absolutely huge. For 2025 only, we evaluate that the volume of certificate represents about 38 terabytes of data, and that's only for 2025, and we wanted to go back in time down to 2020 or something like this. And also because those logs are somehow costly to operate. Log operator puts some rate limiting on the certificate download feature, so you can't just pull everything at full speed, and you are throttled quite fast. So somehow downloading those certificates is very long. Here for the scale, you can see the number of certificates logged inside a single Google-operated log, so we'd have to crawl all the logs operator, including those from Secchigo, Let's Encrypt, and so on and so forth. And we see that the number is rising on and on. It's lower in 2026, but because we are only in May. So this is too big, too slow for us to operate, or to download, sorry. And a second problem is in July 2025, we had a discussion with Google, because there is something interesting with certificate transparency logs. They are only useful when the certificates they contain are not expired. When the certificates are expired, the logs are no longer interesting because the browser will never have to query them. So once the certificates are all expired, the logs are taken down. And to keep some historical data, Google was operated mirrors of all the logs. And in 2025, in July, we had a discussion with some people at the certificate transparency team at Google, and they said, hey, we are going to take all those logs down because it's just too much money. And so we were like, oh God, we are going to lose all the historical data. And so, shortcut taken, we just asked Google to give us all the certificates, which is faster than downloading everything. And that's where we are going to see what we can map.
Thank you. So let's discuss some chart numbers and results. And that's, I will say, one of the most interesting part of what we have been doing. So first, the data sets. We extracted close to 1 million unique private keys from GitHub and Docker Hub. And some of these private keys were leaked in 2021, so 5 years ago, at least 4 when we started the experiment. The extraction was performed in July 2025. That's where let's say, the starting point of the research. Something that you have to keep in mind for that research, that there is a strong dataset bias, because these private keys are used for anything. Obviously TLS, SSH, GWT, and also that could be used for VPN and anything. So indeed, if we try to map these private keys to CT logs, we only managed to map 42,000 private keys, so that way fewer than 1 million. Most of these 42,000 keys, they came from GitHub and a little bit, way less, I will say, from Docker Hub. These keys, in turn, they map to, again, close to 140,000 unique certificates. And that's the starting point of the next slide. What's next? We want to actually check if these certificates are valid or not. Again, why? Because a valid certificate with a private key, that's exactly what the attackers are looking for. So we run some online and offline validity check. So online is basically going to a website and check if the certificate is valid and if we have the same private key. We found that in September 2025, at the specific date of the experiment, we found that 2,622 unique valid certificates were valid, or at least we have the corresponding private keys, and that's huge. That's huge because also 35% of these certificates were live, were publicly reachable through different kind of services. And again, that's a really good numbers for attackers. The other shocking number on this slide, that's the one related to revocation. So revocation is meant to be used, for example, if you lose your private key, if you hardcode it on GitHub, if you push your commit publicly, you are supposed to actually go to your certificate authority and revoke your certificate and never use a private key again. And here, in this experiment, we actually discovered that only a few of the certificates, so the hundreds of thousands of certificates, are actually revoked. So that's bad for the ecosystem. The next question is to actually check if these certificates are important or not, because maybe there are only free certificates for Let's Encrypt, maybe there are only toy projects that we all do over the weekends, and they might not be that important. So the next thing we can have a look at is the distribution of the certificate authorities. And here we can say that Let's Encrypt is the second one, with 24% of the valid certificate that we discovered, and the first CA is Sectigo. It means that people are actually buying for these certificates and these corresponding private keys. That's, I think, a really interesting number. That is another way to show that these are not classic or toy projects. Another way to try to visualize the impact is to have a look at the hostname, or let's call them the stems. That's the left part of the hostname. For example, it could be SMTP, WW. It could also be the wildcard, the star. And here that we can see that most of these certificates, 45%, that are indeed wildcards. And wildcards, that's a really interesting thing to discuss, because if you let aside Let's Encrypt, the wildcard, you need to pay for them, and they are way more expensive than other certificates. So if you put these two results together from the previous slide, with the CAs and the stems, we can actually see that not only free and cheap certificates are being leaked, but also wildcard certificates that are usually more expensive, and also they protect more than one service. So if you leak the private key for nsec.io, and if the certificate is a wildcard, you will lose actually all of the protection for SMTP servers, web servers, monitoring, Vault, as we have seen on the previous slide. Next thing we can do with the GitHub data is to compute the duration of exposures. On GitHub, we are able to know when the private key was first discovered, and because in the certificate we have the duration, we can actually compute the exposure date.
Open source intelligence techniques, we won't go into the details of this, but at the end of the day, we discovered 600 organizations owning 1,300 of the valid certificates. And we mailed those on various mail addresses, which represent 4,000 emails sent. The very important point, as we've said just before, the companies we reached out in this campaign were not just small companies or just individuals, but we had in there a lot of Fortune 500 companies, 19 governmental entities. In that, we even had a wildcard.gov. Some country extension I won't give, which was quite nice. And there was even a certificate for a certificate authority, which is quite funny. And so we sent a lot of emails, and the first big surprise is that people just didn't answer. So we received 54 answers out of the 1,000 emails we sent, including for companies we had a very high confidence the certificate actually belonged to them, which was a first surprise. The second surprise is when we received responses, people just didn't get the issue. And we understood that there was a really bad understanding of the role of certificates, private key, what is the difference between a certificate and a private key, what is a valid certificate. And for example, here is an answer we received from a big company's computer security incident response team, so hopefully a security educated team. And that response basically states that the endpoint we had in the certificate doesn't serve the certificate. The certificate has been changed for a long time, and there is no service exposed behind, so that's not a security issue. Which is obviously wrong from a TLS perspective, but that's somehow what they thought was the correct answer. We tried to force our way there, saying, no, you're wrong, that's not how it works. But they just didn't do anything in the end and just let the thing expire. Out of luck, their certificate were due to expire in late 2025, so as of now, it's expired. And so we decided that we might, in the end, just send everything to the certificate authorities and have the certificate revoked, which you can do by reading some bunch of PDFs on certificate authority websites. There are two documents called certification policy and certification policy statement that have a section that describe how you should reach out to the certificate authority to have a certificate revoked. Once you have read this for 20 different certificate authority, you can start sending an email or an Excel file or pinging some APIs. And in all the cases, you have to share a proof of ownership, which makes a lot of sense, which is often a signature of a piece of data with the private key that you have found. And the bad point in that process is that you can't really provide any information about where the key was found and things like this. Which led to a bunch of people sending us emails afterward looking for this information. So we contacted 9 certificate authorities, disclosed 2,000 certificates. If you wonder why there is less certificate here than before, it's just that a bunch of them had expired by the time. And certificate authority just revoked everything, and then we received mail, including angry emails of people that didn't understand why their certificate was revoked. Anyway, and so we are reaching the conclusion. People just don't understand how certificate and private keys work, and if you don't understand, just please read some things about the topic. If your private key leaks, it's a big problem. To somehow try to fix this, what we propose is to enforce private key rotation. When you issue a new certificate, you should, as much as possible, try to avoid reusing a previously used private key, which will ensure that when your first certificate expires, then the private key that you leaked 6 months before is becoming useless. And that's not a new idea. If you use CertBot, for example, to renew your certificate, that's already something that it does by default. So that's nice. But if you operate your own certificate authority, like a corporate one, you can think about sending this up inside your certificate authority. So with a key blacklist, for example, which would make this pretty nice. And obviously, you don't want to leak your private key, but if you leak your private key, you want to be aware. So having a proper secret detection is a nice safety net. And most importantly, if you leak a private key, you want revoke it as the only possible remediation. If you think that replacing the certificate is sufficient, it is not sufficient. If the private key has leaked, you can just use the old certificate and perform your attack as if you didn't change anything. And obviously, erasing the leak source is a nice solution either. Some final thought about certificate transparency. We started by saying that certificate transparency was too hard to work with, and we had to talk with Google to get access to the dataset. Things evolved since then, so in two main ways. First, there is staticity, so a new protocol to deliver certificate transparency logs that is much cheaper to operate and is also much faster because operators don't have to put any process in there. It's just like basically serving static files. So the API changed a little bit. Again, not too many details, but here is the new way of requesting certificate from a staticity ready log. So it's just basically querying a file that contains a bunch of certificate. And this is much faster. And regarding historical data, there's a project that has been set up which is called CT Archive, which is basically a community effort to store the historical certificate transparency data in the web archive. And so you already have, if you go to the web archive and search for certificate transparency log, you have a bunch of historical logs that are already stored there. So if you want to get access to the historical data of certificate transparency, you can just go there and download everything. It's still fairly big, but at least the data is there and you can just take it. So with both those things, you can theoretically, if you have some storage and some time, just replicate this research with your own leaked private keys, which is nice. And yep, we're reaching the very, very conclusion. So takeaways, in September 2025, we found 2,600 certificates which private keys had been leaked. Some of those private keys had been leaked for more than 2 years, meaning that people just leak their key and then reuse it on and on to issue new certificates. And people don't answer our emails, which means people are probably just don't caring about their private key, which is not a great idea for sure. And if you want to fix this on your end, enforcing the renewal of private keys is probably a good idea. Sending up some secret detection also is, and that's pretty much all. If you have some research projects that you want to talk about regarding private keys and things, feel free to reach out. We'd be more than happy to open our dataset, maybe, depending on your ID, to collaborate on our research. And that's question time.
J'ai une question là-bas.
Yep, we have a question. We have some stats, we didn't include it there, but we indeed found a lot of certificates that were issued with the same private key, which was typically a default private key found in a Docker image. I don't have the precise stats in mind, but that's something we observed for sure, especially with Docker images, where you have the private key that is embedded in as a example private keys and that people just use to emit a real certificate. We have found this in mainly big projects, things like OwnCloud or something like this, with sometimes hundreds of certificates issued with the same private key. Too many questions. Yep.
So while searching GitHub is obviously very straightforward, you just search. I'm curious how you search through Docker images.
two things. First, searching to, sorry? Yep, the question. So the question is, searching through GitHub is pretty straightforward. You can just search and find what you're looking for. How do you search through Docker Hub? The first point is searching through GitHub isn't that easy, isn't as easy as it seems. What we do is that we monitor every changes and store every changes, and so we have a huge historical database of everything that exists. You can use the search, but you are limited to what is present at the exact time you are doing your search. For Docker Hub, it's even more complex, and we have a huge machinery. We have had a whole talk about how we scan Docker Hub that relies on a bunch of difficult things. We enumerate image names, and Guillaume probably can tell a lot about this because he's the guy who scanned Docker Hub in the first place. But it's hard. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of resources. We have a big machine that does this on live.
So it's basically get them all. Get all of the images and scan them for secrets.
Simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's only a few petabytes of data. That's easy. Yes? That's a very good question. We didn't have a lot of requests like this in mail responses, but what we've seen is in 9 cases, the only way we found to disclose the issue was through a bug bounty program, which is terrible, but hey, if you can't do anything else. So we reported this to 9 different bug bounty programs, and in every single case, people were like, okay, but just proof of concept, or it didn't happen, which was somehow terrible. Like, we all know that setting up a man in the middle on a company's website is first unethical, second not that easy and not that easy to demonstrate. I mean, I can set up a man in the middle on myself, but I'm not sure the proof of concept would be very useful. So yeah, that was pretty bad. And especially on bug bounty program, in some cases, we never managed to reach the company because the bug bounty program just stopped at, you are not able to set up a proof of concept to just close everything and go see things. Yes? To be completely honest, I don't think we have a lot of basic threat actors using this for the main reason I just explained, that setting up man in the middle on a company's website isn't that easy. But if, let's say, a very friendly state actor wanted to do it at the scale of a whole country, that would be very, very useful. And I bet it just exists.
We've seen certificate and wildcards where, I will say, for really impactful domains. So I don't know if any threat actors, attackers, hackers, whatever, are using them. But some of these host names, you can do bad stuff with that.
Sometimes it's very tempting to become a black hat.
Because we found banks, for example, inside.
So let's say you were breached. You found one of those certificates and you do all the right things, change your private key and everything. How good is the scrubbing and why bother? Just git RM, would that be enough?
You mean to clean up the source?
Right. The private key that was leaked, okay, too late for that. You do all the right things, you fix all that.
Yeah.
Why scrub it? Why just remove it from...
First thing is you don't really have to. You can just not do it. Then the only real way would be to force push your repository after having removed the commits and things like this, which people do. If you, on a daily basis, we look for secrets for companies, and a lot of times, very often, we find secrets, and the time we go and check, the secret has been removed. And in a lot of cases, it's just like removing the commit and force pushing the whole repository, which makes it disappear. But
but you can just leave it there. I mean, the key is to revoke the certificates, or the certificate using the key, and never use the key again.
Yeah. The good thing is when you revoke a certificate at the certificate authority level, the certificate authority has to blacklist the key forever. So if you try to renew the certificate, if you try to issue a new certificate with the same private key, they should deny it. Yes?
Oh.
Sorry, you are...
No, we didn't show the slides, but we didn't find any certificate of private key related to PQC. It was mainly RSA, a little bit of ECDSA, and that about it. And why? Because if I'm correct, or at least I don't know any certificate authority currently allowing to have something else. I'm not sure you can use a PQ.
I think they do now. Pretty sure that Let's Encrypt you accept PQC cryptography, but I don't think at the time, like in July 2025, I'm not too sure it was live already. Yeah, it's going to happen. Another question? Sorry, I completely forgot to repeat the question every time. Thank you.
Thank you. Désolé pour le... Oui.
C'est qu'après ça, des fois, c'est t'as la réponse, t'es comme c'était quoi la question.
Désolé pour le AT plus MS, je suis vieux, c'est pour ça.
Ah, c'est correct.
C'est la configuration pour sélectionner la vitesse.
Ah, ok.
Et j'ai fait 5 ans de support technique.
Ah, ok.
Et les gens appelaient et on devait leur mettre ça, tu vois, pour que ça aille plus vite.
Je n'étais pas assez vieux pour faire mes configurations moi-même de modem, mais j'ai définitivement connu les époques des modems.
Ah, le problème, moi, c'était mon métier, mon job d'étudiant, quoi. C'est pour ça que je connais très très bien ces trucs encore. Très bien. On a eu plein de questions, c'était super. Très très bien.
Bel engagement. Meilleur engagement qu'à Real World Crypto.
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been wanting to run a certificate transparency log myself for a little bit. I've been following what, but you mentioned what Philippe.
Yeah.
Giumis or whatever.
Valsorda Filippo. Yeah.
The guy who did that.
Yeah, Filippo.
Yeah. Oh, Filippo. Yeah, right. Anyway, yeah, I've been following what he's been doing because I know he's been running one himself. Just like I think he had like the CP behind the couch or something like that. But I've been wanting to do something like that for a while. Yeah.
It's really cool what I've been doing since 6 months. So basically, when we did the research, it was not available, and yeah, today.
There was already experiments with sunlight.
Yeah, but not at the same scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's really like they I mean, if you follow the story, you already know it, but they shut down all the old RFC 6069 logs, and now let's say they only operate static CT logs, which is great.
I'm glad too. It was so difficult.
Viens avec moi.
Do you have his laptop? Avez-vous branché votre laptop? Je pense qu'on va pas. Do you want to go see if it's? Do you want to? Yeah, okay. Once this is on you, you can
Walk around.
you can run around.
It's good.
Just turn around. Oh, this is not tight enough.
Oui, bon, parfait.
Good to go?
Yeah, unplug and plug it again.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, we were troubleshooting something for 15 minutes earlier, and I said, I may just try restarting it.
Yep.
That fixed it? Great.
90% of the time.
Is that comfortable enough for you?
It
Are you
is,
able to
yeah.
move your head around?
Yeah, all good.
Right? Excellent.
All right, all right. Hello, everybody. We have our second talk for the cryptography track today. And for this talk, we have Christian Paquin, which is a recurring speaker who's coming almost every year to talk to us about more real-world application of cryptography. So this year, and he's going to present us on doxing-proof authentic digital media, trust the asset, protect the source. And we have on stage Christian Paquin, who is a security specialist in the Microsoft Research Cryptography team with a mission to bridge gap between academic world and real-world systems. He did talk to us, I think, 2 years ago about the C2PA initiative that he was part of. It's also on YouTube if you want to go watch it. So without further ado, we have Christian Paquin.
All right. Merci beaucoup. Hello, everyone. And it's great to be back at NorthSec again this year. It's always almost a yearly pilgrimage for me to come back to my native Montreal, almost when the temperature is starting to be nice. I live now in Washington, D.C., so it's good to cross the border up north to take a breath of fresh air from time to time. So thank you very much. So welcome to this talk today. So let's just discuss a little bit the problem space. People of a certain age might remember this infamous New Yorker magazine cartoon that said that on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. Well, in this day and age, every interaction that we have, there's a very good chance that you're interacted with an AI-powered cyber dog. So it's almost impossible to distinguish as a human what's been AI generated or am I interacting with an actual human. And not to dismiss all the AI generated work. I'm a very AI maximalist myself, but the important point was that generated by AI on purpose and by the right person, or is that somebody trying to deep fake their way into some interactions or misrepresents certain actual real entities? Okay, so how do we combat that? How can we distinguish truth from fiction? Well, we are security practitioners. We have cryptography, so the answer seems easy. We just have to sign everything. We can authenticate every piece of data that we want. Of course, there's going to be parts of the web, the Reddit sub-areas, and they're very, free-ranging ideas. You don't want to authenticate all that. That's for fun. But for important media, like the news media or statements that you want attributed to you, we can sign all these things, which sounds very reasonable. And we have techniques to do that, and I'll talk about that later. But the problem is that when you start signing every piece of data, you are leaving a digital mark, a fingerprint on all of your interactions. And we don't necessarily want to live in a society where everything we do has been authenticated and can be attributed back to you 10 years in the future. We have this technology for emails. We always have that, the digital signature of emails. But it never really caught on. And I think that part of it is that I don't necessarily want to sign every email I send. And we've seen the damage that some tweets might have on some people 10 years down the line, and we don't necessarily want that for everything we produce. So we will explore today some use cases where it is important to provide some authenticity to some digital assets, but preserving the privacy of the creators of this data while maintaining strong security. Okay, so my name is Christian Paquin. I'm with the Microsoft Research Cryptography team. I'm very fortunate to work in a team where we have a freedom of exploration to try to find interesting problems that affect society and try to work on some solutions, and hopefully that will make its way into the ecosystem and the products and services. I've explored and had fun with some post-quantum work in the past, but one of my main areas of interest is on privacy-enhancing cryptography technologies, and we will be talking about that today. So as was mentioned, earlier, 2 years ago, I gave a talk about the C2PA, or that creates a specification for what we call content credentials. So what's that? A content credential is essentially a digital signature that you can apply on digital assets of various types: images, videos, audio files, text files. And the goal is not simply to attach like a stamp and leave it as is. It's essentially to capture a sequence of transformations on said data. So the typical example is you could have a camera, let's say a Sony camera, and you're a journalist, you take a picture in the wild, and you create a large file, and the camera will sign it with a private key that's embedded in a secure part of the camera. And I'm not talking about these very cheap cameras that you can easily hack. I'm talking about these 10K cameras that are very professional and could have secure elements in there. And then the journalist sends that to the editorial board, let's say at Radio-Canada, and then they could use Photoshop, apply some filters, trim, crop the image, reduce it a little bit, and then they can further sign this to say, okay, we've created this transformation, we changed the data, and now we can resign the new transformations, and then you publish that, let's say they push that on Facebook, and Facebook reduces the bandwidth so it can be delivered to mobile devices more easily, and they would also sign this transformation. So every time you change the data that would affect the signature, you will re-sign it. So you're essentially, at the end, have a log of everything that happened to the data, to this asset, and you can trace back the origin from its inception to the current form that you're consuming now. So the goal of my talk is not to cover the details of the spec and the effort. It is, 2 years ago, we were kind of developing it. Now it's being deployed. So you can see at the bottom the logos of the group, the steering committee that's involved in the C2PA. And the C2PA stands for the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authentication. So all the big tech players are on board and are developing it. Every time you create an image with OpenAI, it is signed with a C2PA signature. Google shipped the support in their latest Pixel phone. So it's coming now from development into deployment. So that's all good. But now let's go back to our problem statement. We can imagine, we can think of the C2PA as the HTTPS for data. So many years ago, in the transition from HTTP to HTTPS, it felt weird, like whether these new websites, this new protocol, then okay, I can know which server I'm contacting. And then today, if you hit the HTTP website, it's very suspicious. Like, why don't you have HTTPS header? I don't know. It's your problem. I'm not going to be secure talking to you. So you can imagine a similar proposition in 5 years, 10 years maybe, that you see some images, again, not on Reddit, where it's the free-for-all, but on somebody say, hey, this politician does this, and post a picture. It's like, there's no C2PA signature. It's very suspicious. So the platforms and the verifiers, your browsers, all these things, they will say, they might flag things that have not been authenticated when it's supposed to have some degree of validity to it. But there's a interesting technical kind of just underpinning to all that. It's all PKI based. It's classic PKI, the X509 certificates that I was covered in the previous talk. It's the same technology that's used to protect C2PA signatures. But these certificates are inherently traceable. So they are issued by an issuer, a certificate authority, and obtained to a user. It could be a device, a client, could be an organization. And then it is used to either communicate with somebody or sign a piece of data. But there are a lot of elements in the certificate that can identify you. First, the information itself that's being certified. There are the identity certificates. There are some attribute certificates that can have more information. You have a subject name, a lot of identifier for devices to which they are issued. But also the public key and the signature itself are just unique numbers, and they're essentially digital fingerprints that when you are using them across different places on the web or you're signing different pieces of data, they can be two different verifiers can say, oh, I don't know who CERT 6103 is, but I know it's been used here and there. So people, the ad networks and the social networks, they can start building dossiers about you. And the issuers can remember, oh, I gave that certificate to Christian 2 months ago. So we don't want our digital life to become a game of where's Waldo or where's Charlie, and kind of figure out leaving traces everywhere. And in fact, in some very important cases, we do want to protect the anonymity or pseudonymity of the creators of these digital assets. I'll give you an example. The first one is journalists. Let's say they are in a conflict zone and they are documenting some human rights abuses, and they want to publish that, but we've seen examples of very deathly consequences even of journalists that have been retaliated against by some regimes that didn't like their reporting. So they may want to be able to say, this is a picture, let's say Radio-Canada publishes a story, say this is a picture that came from one of the journalists in the Associated Press, but we're not going to tell you which one. We can have a proof that the certificate came from there without disclosing the actual identity of the journalist. Another one is confidential sources that they might have recorded some material they would like to share with some journalists again, and the journalist would like to prove that that came from an actual phone, it was not AI generated, but I don't want to disclose the identity of my source. A similar case is for whistleblowers. They could record some conversations in the hallway with a corporate phone, so you know that, oh, that came from an employee of the Acme Corporation, and but we don't want to reveal which one. And lastly, you have some anonymous artists. They might have a pseudonymous identity, and they might like to create and sign some images, some audio files with their identity without revealing which one. So of course, Banksy is such a case that is a very popular anonymous artist, and his identity has been revealed a couple of weeks ago, and so that's kind of going against his desires. But you can imagine an online version of a Banksy that leaves art pieces across the web that can be attributed back to them, but without linking to their actual identity. So the question that we'll be exploring now is, can we achieve these use cases? Can we provide this level of privacy using the C2PA approach? And my goal today is to kind of give a brief overview of different techniques for strategies to achieve some of these. I'll go through them. First, we'll talk about pseudonymous certificates. So another recent artist that's been they like to keep their anonymity is Angine de Poitrine. That's been very famous here. They're, as you know, touring the planet now, and I tried to get tickets in Washington, D.C., but they were gone in not even 2 minutes, like a 500-place venue. I had like 5,000 people in the queue, and I joined too late, so I missed it. But okay, so one thing that you can do with X509 certificates is you can issue them to yourself. You can just create a self-signed certificate or create your own hierarchy, and then there you go. Nobody can track and trace you. It's your own certificate. You're the only person that knows what it is. If it contains no identifiable information, then you're set. And you can imagine a case where if Angine de Poitrine decides to create a new track, an MP3, and then just sign it, put it somewhere on the web, and then it's like, oh, is it really them, or somebody just created a piece from AI and trying to pretend that it's from them? Well, what they can do is, in the C2P signature, put a link back to their well-known website, and then you can go there and see, oh, this is the same signature, and they can say, we're going to authenticate all our art with this key, this public key, of course, and then that would be a mechanism to do that. So this is a very simple way that's compatible with the C2PA specification today. You could self-manage. It's easy to do, but the problem is that you cannot have certified attributes. There's no third party that verified your identity or your affiliation. So it's good for simple use cases. Another one that works today with the C2PA use cases is to use each certificate one time. Like in the PKI world, we are seeing this this pattern of reducing the validity period, because revocation is really hard. Certificates that were valid for 5 years now is like valid for a year, and now it's for a few months, and now there's pressure to have them valid only for a few days, because you don't have to deal with the revocation and CRLs and OCSP if there's no time to revoke them. You can just throw away and get a new one. Well, you can push that limit all the way to, I'm going to use the certificate only once. And then the issuer, when you get your cert, instead of getting one, you would get a batch. And to sign each image, you would use a different one, another one. So let's say that the user here is your phone, and it just contains no identifiable information, so 2 different images cannot be linked back to you. So if you know anything about PKI, you can think, oh, that's kind of a heavy infrastructure. But in fact, that's something that Google did with their latest Pixel phones. That's the approach they take to increase the level of privacy for the user. So it's a big cost to pay, but it felt important to provide this level of privacy. But of course, the issuer has seen all these certificates as is that it issues. So it can recognize them. So in that case, Google could keep a record, in theory, of everything they issued and track and trace them. So these are simple approaches with limited capabilities. So now we have modern cryptography that provides us almost magical abilities to provide very strong security and any degree of privacy that we want, including full anonymity. And the first one of these is unlinkable signatures. So what are these? So the typical signatures in certificates, be it RSA certificates or ECDSA elliptic curve, DSA, and the new post-quantum variants, they are all linkable. You're the user, you sign something, and then you pass it to verifier, it's the same signature. But there are mechanisms that allow you, when you're an issuer, to have a certificate of any type. Could be X509, could be other types of credentials, verifiable credentials, OAuth tokens, all these things. They contain attributes, and then when you issue them to the user takes it and can randomize the signature and the public key, and the user can also selectively disclose some of the attributes. So let's say I want to show this my credential as my name, my organization, and my role. I could say I want to show my role and my organization, but not disclose my name. I could remove it without invalidating the signature. If you know anything about cryptography, if you remove a piece of the data that's signed, the signature is going to be invalid. But these types of signatures allow you to do that. So when you present it or when you use it to sign an image, there is no way for the issuer to link it back to you. It knows that's one of the certificates I issued, but I don't know to which user. It could be one of my millions of users. I don't know which one. And I don't know the attribute B that's been removed here. So that's a very powerful type of signature. There are there are different flavors of these. There's blind signatures that made this way. If you know anything about Privacy Pass, it's this protocol in the browser. It's been adopted. In some cases, they use blind signatures. There are proof of knowledge of signatures that is kind of more zero-knowledge flavored. And the most interesting one, interesting not in the technical sense, but the most mature one, I would say, is the BBS signature scheme that's making its way through IETF standardization. And that's a mechanism that could be used. And the fourth and last technical technique is to use zero-knowledge proofs. So you might have heard this term before. A zero-knowledge proof is essentially a cryptographic mechanism to prove that a statement is true without revealing the statement itself. So what does it mean? For us in a certificate, what we can do is you could have a certificate authority issue the cert to the user as usual, and it can be used to sign the image as usual, and then using some post-processing, remove the signature and the certificate from there and replace it with a zero-knowledge proof that proves that the asset has not been modified, that the certificate in there was valid at the time of signature. So I had a validity period in the certificate. It's valid until June 2027. I can prove that the time of signature is between the time of issuance and between the time of expiration, so an interval proof without disclosing the exact value. And I can prove that that the certificate is valid. That even though I'm not showing it, I can prove that it's linked to an issuer that's part of the trust framework. So that literally sounds like magic. It's crypto magic in a way, but isn't all of cryptography magic in some fashion? So it's a very interesting line of work that has become quite efficient in recent years. And we're seeing these protocols pop up here and there in different protocols. So these are the 4 approaches that are at various levels of complexity and also usefulness. The first 2 are fully compatible with the current specification. And the last 2, well, the one is not compatible at all because BBS is not a scheme that is acceptable in the current specification. We could just add it and it would work. And the zero knowledge proof, it kind of works because you sign it, your C2P asset as is, and then you can post-process it. And if you have software that understands this, it could work. So the last 2 are the more interesting cryptographically, and I've prototyped them and created an open source project with that code. So if you're interested either in the C2PA use case or on the underlying blind signatures or zero knowledge proofs, you can go take a look. I have a quick demo. Let's see if it works. Oh, yay. All right. No, it doesn't work. You'll see the presenter view. It's probably my monitor too. Can you see my screen from here? No. The main screen? No. All right. Well, actually, it's quite all right because it's a, so just the cryptography demos are kind of slightly boring. It's just click, click, issues, click, green light, validated. So it's not very illustrative. But these 2 capabilities can be, the point of the demo is that it's practical, it works, and it runs. And I'm part of the C2PA, the coalition. I work in the technical working groups there. So that's these type of things I'm trying to push and add these functionalities to the specification so that we can address these, what I think are very important privacy use cases, because we don't want to live in a society where, because of to fight the AI threat, I'm saying threat because AI is not, it's very useful, but to combat AI disinformation, that we have to turn all the way on the other side of the spectrum and have to authenticate everything, and we're losing privacy that this has been very important since the beginning of the internet. So that essentially is a talk, and I welcome any questions that you might have on either the C2PA specification itself or the cryptographic techniques that I've explained. Sorry, wait. Break for applause. There you go.
So in the zero knowledge, aren't you relying on the party that receives, say, the image?
The question is, in the zero knowledge scenario, aren't you relying on whoever you're sending your image to do that zero knowledge magic for you? Because you could, if they don't, then you would have those images linkable back to you, right?
Yeah, so there are different zero knowledge type of approaches that we could use. The one that I've implemented, you need the private key to be able to create the zero knowledge proof. So in that scenario, the creator of the image or a party trusted by that creator would be able to anonymize the data. So the process would be, I'm a journalist, I take a picture with the camera, and then before submitting it to my editorial board, I do the scrubbing, and then what they can verify is that, okay, it's one of my people, and there's a cryptographic proof. It came from one of the hardware of one of my thousands of cameras that's out there in the field. And I don't want to be in position that the police or the court can come at my door and say, who was it? It's like, I can't tell you. I literally cannot tell you. I don't have that information. It's linked cryptographically to, it could be any one of these that's certified. So in a way, it's whoever created, in that case, the original asset is the one that does the zero knowledge proof. And then with some other circuits, you could post-anonymize it and just scrub it yourself, anonymize it, redact, in a sense, part of the data while keeping the authenticity of the signature.
Hi, the question is, are there any existing workflows or tools or products to remove sensitive attributes before publishing? Or if there's a scope to add something like that onto the open source one you've created, we'd love to collaborate. And
So you're asking if there are any tools to remove sensitive information from images before publishing? Yeah, that's kind of an orthogonal problem, and different platforms already do that, right? Just when you post something on social media, either your phone or the social network itself will scrub some of the data for privacy reasons. And that's actually a very interesting design choice of the C2PA. There's various alternative designs. We could take an image and just sign the whole blob without modifications. But we choose to, the spec allows the client to select what part of an asset is signed, like of an image, to let some of these fields be not signed so they can be removed without invalidating the signature. So it's kind of a deployment choice depending on the scenario, what you're dealing with, of what's needed to be done, which makes the specification a bit more complex. And then which tools are used to do that scrubbing? Like, I'm not super familiar with all these details, but yeah, I know they exist at various levels of these pipelines. Say again? Open source tool for the scrubbing? I'm sure there are, but I don't know which one. I would just Bing it. I'm a Microsoftie, so I've been trained to say Bing it instead of Google it.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I apologize in advance if it's a stupid question. But how are you linking the cert back to the data? So I assume that you're just packing a text file into an image file into a container. That's my guess.
So yeah, okay, sorry. No stupid questions first. So there's also a thing. You're asking how do we put the cert in the image?
It's a picture, an image, a JPEG is just a container, just like an MKV, all this. So you're just packing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's the C2PA uses Jose signatures, which is kind of the Jose, and Jose is like this JSON and the Seaboard standard signing capabilities. So there's this object. And what's interesting about the C2PA specification is, there's the crypto part is the easy part, just classic PKI in a way. We didn't have to reinvent too many things, which is a good thing. But there's a large section, how do you embed in the various types? This is a wide section. It's different for images, videos, audio files, but it's different even for images. It's going to look differently in a GIF than in a JPEG, than all these different formats. They all have placeholder like SVGs. It's just essentially a text-based image things, but it's also supported. So for each of them, they define the embedding. And these manifests, they can be within or they can be external and just refer to. You could just have pointers to some storage elsewhere with all this information. So it's very flexible, and it's a general specification. So for so many use cases, I compared it to HTTP and HTTPS, which is as simple. It's like just one scenario. That's the one thing you do with HTTPS versus this that can be used in a multitude of applications and use cases. So the question is, the answer is it depends on the asset itself. But essentially, in JPEG, they have these bumps. I don't know. Like I've read these words. I don't know the image formats, and there's places. So I would encourage you to just look at the C2PA specification. It's online. It's free, and you'll get your answer.
Well, actually, so that was just a precursor question.
Okay.
So I'm trying to identify the real use case here, because if you're attaching to every single image file, then you're not going to be able to surf the web. Everything's going to be super slow because you're checking every single file. So the real use case is digital asset protection, I guess.
So I missed part of the question, but
So if every single image file has a cert attached to it.
Yes.
If I go to Facebook, I'm going to be waiting like 5 minutes for my browser to check every single cert. It's going to be ridiculous, right?
Yes.
So the use case, you want to attach a signature to a digital asset, you want to be selective about it, right?
So, okay, so the question is like, so the spec, kind of the default way is you put a signature and you put your cert in there, and you can actually put the cert chain if you want. There's like a S5C field in the COSI signature, and a lot of deployments right now, they do that. So it can be quite verbose. You're adding a couple of Ks to your image. And also, they want for revocation purposes, for digital signing, data signing, typically you don't do a CRL lookup, you do an OCSP stapling. So you get an OCSP response, and you attach it to the asset itself, so that when you verify it in 10 years, when the OCSP responder might not be there, you have the revocation information. It was valid at the time of signing 10 years ago. So there's quite a lot of crypto junk in these images, and we will let the ecosystem figure out what's needed for the use case. And some users might be selective in a medical setting where the MRI images are signed. It's there. It's in these dark things, and they would always put the full thing in to be verified. And in the real world, in the open world, it can be more selective.
Again, with the $10,000 camera of Radio Canada, what prevents me from tearing it down, get a private key on it, and do my own thing? How can we trust these private keys in that context?
Yeah. So the good thing is this is just classic PKI. And the bad thing is that this is just classic PKI, right? So you have to, the trust model is like, it's as secure as the protection of the private keys on these devices. So it's not gonna look the same in a secure down, camera that, like this versus a user-controlled PC that people can just rewrite software and have access to, insecure keys. And the C2PA comes with a conformance program that also creates a trust list of validated compliant implementations, and they can achieve different levels of security. So level of assurances, depending on what type of hardware they deploy. Is it on the TPM, a security element, or not? And then some validators might say, just this image claims to be from this camera. We know it's not super secure, but okay. Versus it's from these super high-end like cameras that there's not only some security of the hardware, but also security of the process. Like I work with some people from the Hollywood and the media registry, and they say like they have to check out the camera, and that there's a superhuman process to get access to the camera. They go there and they come back, and there's a full thing with human protections, almost like data centers. So bottom line, there's going to be an ecosystem of varied levels of security, and we're going to try to codify this level of security through testing and just normal PKI levels of assurances, and then let validators decide what works for them for their use cases.
Hi, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but I know that Nikon had an incident with the C2PA system where they had to revoke every certificate that they've ever made for one of their camera models.
Yeah,
Can
I'm
you
very
tell
familiar with
us,
it.
like what happened and what are the actual impacts if that were to happen again to some device in the future?
Again, same answer as before. The good thing is this is just PKI, and the bad thing is just PKI. So this is a key that they leaked, and I don't remember the full details, but yeah, Nikon had the key was leaked. Something was extracted from one of their machines or whatnot, and I think they reuse it, the same one, for all their cameras or something like that. So they had to shelf the whole thing. So if it was a different key per camera or device, then you just revoke that one. So it's just you fall back to PKI revocation. So that's expected. There's going to be key leaks. You revoke them. They're not going to be valid anymore. And you sign. It was signed by Nikon, so all their cameras affects a lot of their user base. So this is not going to be trusted for that generation of devices by public validators because their cert has been revoked. And we're going to see a bunch of these, just like in any cryptographic industry or ecosystem. There's going to be, Nikons are not amateurs. It's just it happens to the best of us. And then you have to have some operation and security to recover and move on from there. That's it. All right. Well, good. Have a good lunch, everyone. And a good afternoon. Cheers.
parfait. Super. Smoked meat. Ben oui, oui. Non, c'est un peu c'est un peu la surprise. Si les gens ont lu la description, ils le voient, mais c'est ça, tu peux faire, parce que tous les outils qu'on a open source, c'est poutine, bagel, smoked meat. Fait que là, tu peux faire une joke comme c'est quoi le prochain? Est-ce que c'est tourtière? You know, God knows what. Good afternoon, NorthSec. This
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. So in this room, to start the afternoon, we'll have our AppSec block, our AppSec team block. So we will welcome François Proux, who is the Vice President of Security Research at Boost Security. Sorry. And he is the co-creator of Poutine, an open source CI/CD scanner. And today he will be presenting another very interesting open source tool with another very interesting name. So please welcome François Proux.
Thank you. Mic check. Okay, good. Good afternoon, NorthSec. Today marks the 4th year in a row that I stand on this stage to warn you that CI/CD pipelines are vulnerable. Our team built open source scanners like Poutine and also documented the living of the pipeline techniques to help defenders. But in the meantime, the threat actors were clearly paying attention, which means that now I'm done just talking about it, and I want you guys to have your own oh shit moment, the kind that I had when I first exploited a pipeline in a major open source project. In late 2024, I found a smoking gun. A threat actor on Breach Forums, a well-known cybercrime forum, dropped the exact 0 day against a super popular Python machine learning library called Ultralytics, and literally cited our own tools, Poutine, and research. They used our defensive manuals as their offensive playbook. Then, in the fall of 2025, as many of you might know, it got crazy. We had several worms spreading malware, mostly across the NPM and PyPy ecosystems. And fast forward to about 2 months ago, in March 2026, and threat actor groups like Team PCP are having way too much fun creating chaos. If you look at the escalation curve behind me, you can see how fast this threat has been growing. We know for sure that Team PCP actually used the exact vulnerability that we had spotted with our detection a couple of months before the attack. And they used it to exploit and poison a super popular security tool called Trivy, which I'm sure many of you are actually using, and they poisoned it with an info stealer malware. Then, and using the hundreds of build pipeline secrets that they had exfiltrated with that attack, they were able to further compromise dozens of other popular packages, as well as starting to blackmail a number of Fortune 500s using the credentials that they had and do some ransomware with it. So this is not just theoretical anymore, it's happening right now, and as you can see at the pace that is not slowing down. Before I go too fast, I need to level up everyone in the audience. So we'll do a 2-minute crash course on software supply chain security, and I'll be using the SLSA framework. It's actually pronounced Salle. So on the left-hand side, you have what they call the producer, but really we should say it's the developer writing code, typically from their laptop, using Git to commit and push code, very often to GitHub. And then typically you would open a pull request so that you can have someone else review the code. And the mere fact of opening the pull request in most cases will automatically trigger the build pipeline, so CI/CD, most likely to automatically run tests and linters and whatnot. But very often that same build pipeline contains secrets and signing keys loaded in memory to basically sign the packages. So typically CI/CD will be used to package artifacts that will be uploaded to a registry of some kind. And as I said in the past, I think we should actually rename CI/CD RCE as a service, because it's much easier to get the point across when you keep that in mind. So let's do a quick refresher on the types of vulnerabilities we're actually dealing with. First, we have the so-called PON request, which is basically when a pull request contains files that will modify the behavior of the tools already present in the build pipeline. So this is why we came up with the term living off the pipeline, because the attacker is simply risky features of the tools already present. Second, we have template injection, those mustache expressions. But really, it's just command injection, and depending on the context where the expression gets interpolated, the actual payload will differ. And third, we have bot-mediated confused deputy, which is just a fancy way of saying that if the pipeline somehow automatically trusts a non-human identity to run some high-privilege actions, potentially automatically merging pull requests that meet a certain criteria, for instance. And we can see that very often with Dependabot. Well, depending on the authorization logic, there might be ways to bypass that and automatically merge malicious code. And finally, we have self-hosted runners that are not ephemeral. So if you recall earlier, I renamed CI/CD RCE as a service. And if you keep that in mind, when you consider that a runner is no more no less than a virtual machine, and if you decide for some reason to not use the hosted runners provided by, for instance, a GitHub, and you self-host, so you create virtual machines for this purpose, maybe you need a more powerful CPU, a GPU, or other resources, then you become responsible for hardening your VM against the RCE as a service. And now I'm really excited to tell you about our brand new tool called SmokeMeat. So it's an open source red team post-exploitation framework designed specifically for CI/CD pipelines. It's basically like Metasploit, but for your build infrastructure. So we built it to show you the exact blast radius of a compromise before a threat actor like Team PCP would do it for real. Enough talking, it's time for a demo. To show you what SmokeMeat can do, I'm going to be playing a quick speedrun video. Please pay attention because this is going to go quite fast. First, we look at a target organization that was created. It's a capture the flag organization that you can use to play with SmokeMeat. Then you look at the open source project on GitHub. You find quick start instructions. You can copy them. That will switch to the terminal to clone and start SmokeMeat in quick start mode. That will start a bunch of Docker containers. And one of those containers is a tunnel to allow connecting back to the C2. Then it's going to ask you to provide credentials like person access token to be able to read the repo. You specify the target, in this case, Huli. It will automatically scan the public repos to find vulnerabilities, and it gives you a menu of exploitable vulnerabilities on the right-hand side. You can pick the first one, the injection. It will automatically create the issue and add the comment in this case. Then you can actually look at the injection payload and confirm that it automatically triggered the CI/CD in that case. And within 20 seconds, because it's a pretty simple workflow, we're in post-exploits phase. And if you notice in the loot stash, already we have secrets exfiltrated, namely a GitHub app private key. And if we press P on the keyboard to pivot, we notice that automatically it rescanned and discovered private repos using the authority of that. Looking at the graph view, confirm we had public repo, and now we have visibility over private repos, including new vulnerabilities. Then we pivot to actually exploit one of those vulnerability in a private repo. But because our final target is yet another workflow, in this case the deploy workflow, we'll be using a more advanced technique called cache poisoning. So if we configure it to purge the cache, then we set dwell time, in this case 2 minutes. Then we're back in the waiting phase, which will poison the cache. If we look at the cache at this moment, it's currently empty, but in a few seconds, the content of the cache is now poison, contains the implant. And at that point, we can confirm using Shift-I command, see the implants that are in those caches, and we can arm it so that the next time it triggers, it will call back. So we use the authority of the GitHub app key to trigger it, because it's a workflow that doesn't have vulnerability. It's going to restore the cache, and it poisons, in fact, the last step, the post-checkout phase. So as soon as it reaches that, it will phone back home, and we're in the post-exploit stage. And if you notice, we have 2 minutes dwell time, which is more than enough to use the command input to ask for a fresh OpenID Connect access token to Google Cloud and drop into a Cloud Shell, which is pre-configured with the secrets that we've just generated. We can list the buckets that we have now visibility over. And of course, because it's a CTF, one of them contains a flag, and we can see the flag. Okay, I understand that that was quite fast. I agree. Don't worry, we'll go step by step. So that was a pretty complex scenario, mind you, but actually surprisingly realistic, as this is heavily inspired by real responsible disclosures that we did, amongst others, to Google, for instance, just yesterday. So that is extremely realistic. So we'll take time to break it down into piece by piece, as I'll do an actual live demo, praying demo gods, and that GitHub is not gonna, crash. But okay, so let me leave the slides now, and okay. So first, we look at this target organization you can find on GitHub. It has a number of repos. There's basically only one public repo that matters, but there are many other private repos. If I switch, I'm already in Smoke Meat, so I already started it. If I kind of use the arrow keys, you can use the VI kind of arrow keys too. You can see basically the workflows and repos we have visibility over. If I press G or type graph, it will open in the browser to have this graph view where we can confirm we only see one public repo with a number of workflows and the actual secrets that each of those workflows actually use. So that would be, we would look at those and say, okay, maybe this workflow is more interesting because maybe I can pivot using this person access token, for instance. Okay. All right. So at this stage, we'll be pressing 1 on the keyboard just to pick the exploit of the injection. If you notice, it automatically detects any gates. So basically, in some cases, it will trigger only if the comment in this case is prefixed with @hoolybot. So it will kind of do static analysis and discover that and adapt the payload accordingly. So we'll use the default settings, but you could go into manual mode, which will generate the payload, and you can copy-paste it manually if there are certain conditions that make it a bit harder to do it automatically. All right, so let's go ahead. Let's leave it with the default settings. If you notice here, there's no cache poisoning possibility, so it will automatically discover if it's possible to use it as a technique or not. Okay, now I'm crossing fingers that GitHub is not gonna fail on me on stage. Ooh, okay, let's see. Okay, it's triggering. Sorry, it's right here. I say 20 seconds for this one. Let's see. There you go, 21 seconds. Okay, and as you can see, the keyboard is already in focus in the loot stash, and we can confirm that now we have exfiltrated the GitHub app private key from the memory of the runner. Okay, now let me go back to the slides to drill down a little bit more on that. So first, we exploited an injection vulnerability, right? In this case, it was an injection in a workflow that triggers whenever there's a comment on a GitHub issue. But there are many other scenarios. It could be just by opening a pull request, which contains a weirdly named Git branch name. So depending on those cases, the payload will actually differ, because if you take a Git branch name, it's limited to 255 characters, and it cannot contain any white spaces, nor can it contain certain special characters that are forbidden in Git branch name. So SmokeMeat will automatically analyze that and generate the most optimal payload for the different scenarios. So we can look at the actual vulnerability in the workflow, or the rule in Poutine itself that detected that injection vulnerability. So as I mentioned, we built a scanner called Poutine 2 years ago, and now it's basically used as a library inside of SmokeMeat. So it effectively automates using Poutine and then automate the exploitation. And finally, if we look at the source code of SmokeMeat itself, we'll see how it can generate those payloads. And there's also support for pwn requests, as I mentioned before, using the living of the pipeline catalog that we documented. So for instance, if there's a tool like npm install that's used in one of those workflows, it will detect that and generate the payload. Okay. Also, I mentioned that it exfiltrated secrets, right? How does it do it? If you look at real-world attacks in the past, many of them use this crude, they literally curl a gist that contains a Python script, and they pipe it to sudo Python 3. The content of that Python script looks something like that. It's basically just opening the memory through the /proc, and does some regular expressions to find the part of the memory, because it's C#, in this case, the process. It has a JSON structure in the memory, which has this is secret true value, and it's going to grab those. In SmokeMeat, this is built in, written in Go, much more efficient, and cross-platform, Windows, Mac, Linux runners, and very reliable. All right. It works so far. All right, let's do it live again in the terminal. So we're ready to press P on the keyboard to pivot. And it should reanalyze. And if we refresh that attack graph, there you go. Now we see private repos. and the workflows associated. And now we can notice this node right here, which is interesting because it says, Google Cloud, OpenID Connect. Like, okay, that's probably the one we want to attack next. All right. Okay. And we can use like / on the keyboard to use this kind of omnibox search thing. And we'll be targeting the benchmark bot vulnerability. All right, this one. I'll press X on the keyboard. At the bottom, you see the different keyboard shortcuts that are context sensitive. Again, it's a simple injection, like, for the CTF, I just made it simple and reliable, but it works just as well, just that the others might be a bit longer to demo like this. Okay, just gonna create the issue. Now what we need to do is make sure we configure this cache poisoning, which I'll explain in more details in a moment. Let me press C, make sure that I press R to replace the cache, and then press D to cycle through the different dwell time. So I go from basically 0, which is just exfiltrate the memory, grab and go, and we're done, or wait 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. So 1 minute, it would be enough for the demo. And you see that it's pointing to the release workflows, which is not the one I want. I want the deploy workflow. Everything is good. All right, press Enter. Okay, again, we have the injection. Very simple. Workflow is running. Okay, we can see that it received a callback and the cache has been poisoned. It goes back and tells us that if we use Shift-I, we have the list of the implants that are waiting for us remotely to be used as a form of persistence. So if we leave it like that, the next time the deploy workflow would run for some reason, it would not do anything. But if we press N, it means that the next time it will run, it will dwell, and that's what we want. All right, now I'm gonna be looking for this deploy workflow. So what's interesting here is that this workflow does not have any vulnerability, but it does happen to have this workflow dispatch event, which, because our GitHub app private key, we can see the permissions it has, in this case, actions write, and that is enough of a permission to trigger this workflow. So we can use X to trigger it, even though there's no vulnerability. It's just like a feature, okay? We're back here. Okay, so when it reaches the setup go cache, that will restore the cache we've poisoned. And what it does, it will basically overwrite the post-checkout step with another script that we control. Okay, and when it gets there, there you go. So at the top right, you see the countdown from 2 minutes. I press the Shift Tab, I go into the command input, and I'm gonna pivot GCP. That will send a request to the implant that's dwelling over there, and it came back with an access token to Google Cloud. Then I'm gonna do Cloud Shell, drop into that shell, use the normal, so it works with Azure, Google Cloud, AWS. That's all supported. It's a Docker container that's pre-populated and ephemeral with the secrets. We can list the buckets. Obviously, in this case, it's a very simple thing. We just have a list of buckets. But at that point, if you had visibility over other things in the VPC, you could do basically anything using service account. Okay, so let's look at this one, because I know that it contains what we want. We confirm that there is a flag, and we'll do gsutil cat flag txt. And there you go. We have the flag. So let me go back. Okay, so we use a technique called cache poisoning. What is that? So cache poisoning, well, first of all, GitHub Actions has its own caching mechanism, and it's there to speed up between runs that you reuse certain tools, reuse the same data, right? Just the cache. There's a fellow researcher called Adnan Khan that I work with on different bounties and whatnot. He wrote a research article about 2 years ago and built a tool called CacheRack to demonstrate how this caching mechanism can be used to persist across different workflow runs that may not otherwise be linked. So the caching mechanism, just a way to pass the implant from one workflow to the other. And he got actually a bug bounty by Google of $31,000 some months ago on the very popular Angular project. And if you go back to just a few days ago, 3 days ago, there was a worm using this exact technique at scale to poison Python projects. And in that case, what it did is that it used a cache poisoning to target the release workflow, which gave access to poison the TAN-stack projects and UiPath. Because it came from the legitimate release workflow, it was all signed, and from the perspective of the user, it looked totally legitimate from the original, valid workflow for the release. There we go. 1 second. Oh, okay, wait a sec. Okay, so that was cache poisoning, and I actually already did the whole thing to use the cache. As you saw, we got all the way to get to the flag, right? That was using OpenID Connect, or OIDC for short. What is OpenID Connect? So it's a way, to use OpenID to authenticate workloads to other systems. And it's very popular with cloud environments, Google Cloud, AWS, Azure DevOps, but many others use it for workload identity. And there's not just, in this case, we just use the fact that the workflow has the ability to get an access token in the moment. And because we control we have arbitrary code execution, we can just ask for a fresh token at any moment and use it. There's also other considerations when it comes to OpenID Connect. And there's a very good DEF CON talk by a fellow researcher called Aviad Hahami that I highly suggest you look at, because even if there is no vulnerability and there's nothing of what I showed you, there are many ways to shoot yourself in the foot if you misconfigure OpenID Connect. All right, so everything I just showed you today was using ephemeral, officially hosted runners managed by GitHub. But let's just say the target is using self-hosted runners. So as I mentioned in the beginning, a self-hosted runner is just a VM that you manage, you decide to manage, and it's waiting to receive triggers over the network before it executes arbitrary code, right? RC as a service, potentially from a pull request, for instance. And if that VM is completely fresh between runs, you recycle it, then it's fine, right? Worst case, you will poison the first workflow, but you're not going to go to other workflows. But if that VM is not recycled, it's the same one, then you can persist on that VM and wait for other workflows to be passed to execute there, maybe a couple seconds later or hours later. So Smoked Meat supports exploiting self-hosted runners, injecting them, persisting on them, and doing lateral movement. But I don't have time today to show you that in more details. But the Huli CTF actually contains other challenges that you can discover that are exactly about that. And if one of you gets all the way to the end, you'll have some extra surprises because it's a full Google Cloud environment. So next, let me leave you with a final takeaway. So if you still think that it doesn't apply to you because you only have private repos, well, think again, because the threat model simply shifts down internally. Maybe you only let your interns have read-only access to repos, but you give them the ability to file bugs, maybe create GitHub issues. Or you have developers that have access to repos, but you have branch protection preventing them from merging code to the main branch. Well, think again, because if they can push a branch even before it gets merged, even before there's a pull request, it can contain a modified workflow that can trigger the RCE as a service. And unless you thought about it and you threat modeled your YAML, you may be victim of the exact same thing, depending if it's the intern only having read-only access or someone pushing a branch for 5 seconds and then deleting it. So if you think that an insider threat might be a minor threat in your case, well, think again, because as I showed you, the worm, escalation curve at the beginning, is already using this exact technique and doing it at scale autonomously. So just if you look at a couple of days ago, it was using cache poisoning at scale. So SmokeMeat lets you simulate those various scenarios by shifting the threat model, and you can simply give it a token that doesn't necessarily have visibility over public repos, but has the perspective of an intern, basically an assumed breach scenario, or that developer that can only push to a feature branch. Then using that, you can evaluate how far such threat actor, like insider threat, can go. So to create build pipelines that are defensible by design, we have to stop treating them just as glue code and start treating them like critical production systems. So if you want to keep up with our latest research and learn about our products, you can check out the Boost Security website and make sure to try out Poutine and SmokeMeat on GitHub and give them a star. It's always appreciated. And once you're convinced and you want to quickly convince someone else, such as your CISO maybe, you can show them the 3-minute video on YouTube, which is called like Gun in 180 seconds. That's basically the demo that I showed you at the beginning. Thank you. We have some time for questions, if you do. But feel free to come ask me other questions after that. Thank you. Ouais.
J'avais essayé Poutine des injections, je trouve, mais les contextes dans lesquels je injecte, c'est souvent des.
Est-ce que tu veux là? You want to remove?
C'est souvent des pull requests qui se font trigger, puis ça trigger le workflow.
Well, that made it easy, right? The questions were easy.
Right, good question.
Yeah, that's good. You know what's going on. Right? You're getting a real experience, little man. Yeah. You like the stage? son, he's 4, and he's helped me set up some things. Yeah, I got him running around setting up lights. Come off stage to do this. We don't need to be in front of everyone. There we go. Yeah, just take off. Just enlève vos lunettes. Sorry? Take your glasses off. Sorry. As she started speaking and I switched to French. I don't know what happened.
Je peux parler un petit peu de français, mais pas beaucoup.
You speak English.
Is it that clear, yeah?
Yep. Sorry, just turn this way because I'm like pinned between you and the...
I had 8 years of French in school. I can't. Why? I had 8 years of French in school. Where did it go wrong?
Where do you live?
Belgium.
Sorry?
Belgium.
Okay. Maybe it's just that I'm used to Quebecois French.
No, my French is really bad. Perfect.
I'll adjust that in a second.
Yep.
It's not really well placed right now. Actually, yeah, lift off your glasses again.
Yep, sorry, my bad.
This one's not even on your ear. Is it okay? Is it too snug?
It's perfect. I'm gonna move my head a bit and then see.
As long as you're comfortable, I don't want you to be comfortable. There we go. That's good. If you turn your head around, you're okay.
Yep, I think so. Maybe you know.
The extra cabling here, so you got a little beige tail. Okay, you're good.
Perfect. Sorry.
Ça, c'est open source, le CTF, n'importe qui dans la salle aurait pu aller stamper. Puis
Là, t'es en HDMI.
HDMI, yeah.
Just need to remove that thing sometimes. Oh. Yeah.
Sorry?
You told me you did 7 years of French.
Yeah. It's.
We have 25 minutes left, so I think.
No, I think only 10.
Oh, okay. We have 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So you can chill for 10 minutes.
Perfect.
At 2:30 is when they need this.
Again, I think that box is just stupid and kind of remember the setting of the previous thing that not printed.
Yeah, you're right. It might be holding the refresh rate. Do you have sound in your presentation?
No.
Oh, okay. So
des bugs en même chose. Ah, je vais filer des trucs. Ben, des fois, oui. Des fois, on file des bugs entiers en même. Ça arrive.
Avant, je vais ici au travail, et après, je le découvre la prochaine. Je vais rester en vacances. Là, c'est pas beau. J'ai vu Thomas, il est parti.
Ouais, mais je fais pas ma job.
Ouais, c'est pas, moi j'ai pas forcément testé à ce point-là en mode c'est vraiment faisable, mais je suis curieux en fait de voir.
Genre le chien que tu lances, c'est quoi? C'est un Docker container que tu fais le shit. Il y a des scénarios où ça pourrait marcher parce que, genre, mettons que ton VPC non, je ne peux pas accéder en dehors, je veux que ça roule juste comme ça. Ça se peut, ça marche pas. Mais, tu peux rouler des commandes directement. Je ne l'ai pas montré, mais tu peux faire order exec. C'est une des features que j'avais. Justement, c'est dans la shell. Tu peux rentrer dans le stash. Je suis capable de faire un stash avec le test. Je ne l'ai pas encore fait. Pendant que je vais garder ça dans le commercial. Mais sinon, déjà, tu peux faire order exec. Tu peux donner une commande. Donc, il n'y a rien de destructif, il n'y a rien de vraiment dangereux à part ton petit. Et si tu arrives à le faire, c'est comme, OK, c'est pas cool. Les sons, les secrets d'un repo public, d'un repo privé. Au début, je commence public. Ouais. Donc, le secret, c'est là, après, ça va. Ça veut dire que ça prend quand même un point d'entrée dans le repo public. Ben, ou tu as un super-break, tu as un gap, un stagiaire, Est-ce qu'on peut acheter des nouveaux temps petits qui sont supportés par ce pas encore? C'est ça une bonne réponse. Mais si vous avez une idée,
quand tu as une grosse organisation qui coûte beaucoup, tu vas réaliser comme ça, ils vont recommander.
What are your pronouns?
He, him. Yeah.
And it's Torian, right? Because you
No, not.
switch it. It's not Torian.
Aikido.
It's Aikido.
Yeah.
Aikido? Is it?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
I pronounce it?
Yeah.
I think I'll present you because he's very busy right now.
Perfect.
We'll wait for the signal because we want to start the two rooms at the same time.
Ah, perfect. Yeah.
Do you remember your French?
Yeah. So
We're late.
delay.
Yeah, delay. 5 minutes. So we'll
Ah, okay.
start at 2:20.
Okay.
Sorry for it.
So how okay is it if I run overtime or
So you have
30 minutes? I think.
yeah. So and you want to go over 30 minutes?
No, I don't know. How strict do I need to keep myself if I see?
I think well, do you want question or you don't want question?
No, not needed. Afterwards, it's fine. But
So do whatever you want to do.
Perfect.
And then I'll tell you. Like, look at me. Just ask me if you have time for question. And if I
Yeah.
say no.
Perfect. Yeah.
Or yes. I'll go tell them that we have 5 minutes.
Yep.
You're laptop is there, right?
Yep. Everything is ready. So only thing you need to change is the company is not penetration tester at Torion. It's now a security researcher at Aikido.
Aikido, okay.
Yeah, there have been some changes in the middle.
Et puis on commence à évacuer quand
Merci. It's Robbie.
Robbe, but you can say Robbie. That's
Rob?
yeah, that's Robbe. Yeah.
It's Dutch, right?
Yeah, from Belgium.
Yeah. You work with Charlie?
Charlie who?
Aikido.
Oh, I know Charlie very well. Yeah.
So
But
I talk with him very regularly.
I just joined Aikido, but yeah, Charlie is great.
So I have a signal group with a bunch of folks and 2 people from Aikido.
Yeah.
Okay, so Robbe van
Roy.
Roy. Okay. So, and instead Dorian was the threat modeling, no?
Yeah, they are very known for threat modeling.
Acquired, another threat modeling shop, I think. Is that? 'Cause I know a few folks. They had this threat mod conference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's You had a really good talk, by the way. I got excited to run it on everything.
Just give a start.
Yeah, I will, 100%, 100%.
Thank you so much. But okay, awesome. So, is there? I mean, you want me to read the bio?
No. You can just say I'm an ethical hacker. I love looking for bugs in software. Yeah. And
is there anything special? I'll keep it simple.
Yeah.
Good luck. Okay, well, let's start.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Hello? Hello, hello. Doesn't work? No, no, no. Un, deux. Ah, okay. All right. Good. Well, please have a seat. We'll go to the next talk by a fellow named Rob from the Netherlands.
Belgium.
So, huh?
Belgium.
Oh, Belgium, sorry. Rob is an ethical hacker. He likes to find bugs and has a number of CVEs he found. He currently works at Aikido, and please give a warm welcome to Rob.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this talk. And today I'm going to be talking about hacking browsers, but in specific, the easy way. After this talk, I hope that you all can walk away with the idea that anybody can find a bug in a browser, and I hope that some of you will also go away and hack some browsers. So that's what the talk is going to be about. First of all, quickly, who am I? I am Robbe van Roei, but online I'm known as Pink Draconian. That's my hacker name. I've reported vulnerabilities to NVIDIA, Amazon, Google, Canon, Twitter, and so on. And I've also found a bunch of CVEs. And every year I try to do some research. And what we're seeing today is part of my personal research that I did in my free time on browsers. I also want to thank Aikido for allowing me to do this talk here. If you want to have some really cool AI pen tests done, definitely check Aikido out. What are we going to do today? Well, today I'm going to walk through my research journey. So it looks a little bit like this, and my research, it always starts with something interesting that I see and that I want to play with, that I want to test out, that I want to figure out how it works. And then that usually leads me down a path of different bugs, and that's what we are going to be doing today. A note on responsible disclosure. Everything that I'm going to be talking about today has been responsibly disclosed to all the vendors. Not all vendors have decided to put a patch in place, but they've all had over 180 days to respond to me, to collaborate with me, so that's why I'm sharing it today. In this talk, I'm also going to show that hacking browsers is easy, and that is something that in my research process became very clear. What we're going to start with today, the first part of my research, is the most technical and the most difficult to understand vulnerability. But as I went on in my research, the bugs just became simpler and simpler and simpler. So if at any point you feel lost, don't worry, because it only gets easier as the talk progresses. Firstly, a question for you guys. What do you think a vulnerability in a browser looks like? If you think about a browser bug, what do you think of? You can just yell out the answer. Sandbox escape, yeah, that's that kind of falls into the category of the memory safety bugs. So these are your use after freeze, your out-of-bound reads, writes, your type confusions, and they then give you a primitive in like the renderer process here, and then you can use a sandbox escape to escape to the actual browser process, and then you can potentially get an RCE. Today in this talk, we're not going to talk about these kinds of bugs. They can be very complex. Definitely, if you want to hack browsers in a simple way. Nowadays, browsers also have more and more security restrictions that limit the risk of these bugs. Like if you have a primitive in the renderer process, you need a sandbox escape. But nowadays, there's also like the Mirage pointer, so many things that are kind of stopping these low-level bugs from being really exploitable, or it's at least becoming very difficult. So in my research, I did not focus on these, and that definitely doesn't have anything to do with a skill issue in this area. Anybody else have an idea of what they think about when they think of a browser bug? Well, sorry? Accessing user secrets, yes. Another thing that many people think about is universal XSS. I think we all know what an XSS is. You can execute JavaScript in the context of the user on that site. Well, a universal XSS is kind of like that, but a billion times worse, because in a universal XSS, a website, evil.com, could have JavaScript, and that JavaScript would then be able to access the DOM, which contains the HTML, the cookies, local storage, of another website. So these kind of XSSs, they're kind of the worst that can happen in a browser, right? They're really, really impactful. It would mean that any website you visit could make bank transactions, for example. But I'm also not going to talk about these bugs because they are increasingly rare to find. It used to be that every year there was maybe 1 or 2 of these. Nowadays, many years can go by without a universal XSS really happening. But they also help me prove my point that hacking browsers can be easy. Because look at this universal XSS that was found in Google Chrome in 2019. It's 3 lines of code. Like, this is a universal XSS where if you go on a website and that website creates a portal element, it sets the source of that portal element to a domain, in this case your Gmail, and then it changes that source to a JavaScript URI, then that JavaScript would be able to access the DOM of Google, of Gmail in this case. 3 lines of code that kind of break the entire way that we use the browser and the internet. So hacking browsers can be simple, just 3 lines of code. Now, my bugs, they are a little less impressive than a universal XSS, but nonetheless, my bugs, they are real bugs that have real security impact. So what can you expect today? Well, I'm going to show you a local file inclusion in a browser within an application, because browsers, we don't just have Chrome, Firefox, and so on. We also have applications that embed browsers. And then I'm going to show you a bypass of the file download restrictions in Google Chrome. I'm also going to show you how I could steal your private GitHub repository through a bug in Google Chrome. And lastly, because every talk needs to have some AI in it, I'm also going to share a prompt injection in Firefox. So that's what we're going to do today, but let's start with the start, the local file inclusion in OBS. And this, what you're seeing here, this is OBS. OBS is the Open Broadcaster software. It's software used for recording videos, or for recording your screen, for live streaming on Twitch, and so on. And it's software that I use all the time when I make videos on YouTube, for example. I use this software. So when I'm looking for something to hack, I always want to hack something I own myself or I use myself. So in this case, I had set my sights on OBS. But isn't this talk supposed to be about hacking browsers? Why are we talking about OBS? Well, OBS actually has an embedded browser inside of it. So on your live stream, you can show a website in your live stream using a browser source, and then you give it a URL, and then that URL will be shown on your live stream. And this is kind of a thing that we see a lot. Browsers are everywhere. Everything these days is a browser. If you open the Slack or Discord application, that's an Electron browser. So everything these days is a browser. And this is also a browser. This is CEF. So it's not Electron in this case. It's the Chromium Embedded Framework, which is kind of a way for applications to be able to input a browser into the application natively. And I wondered, well, what if I can somehow get a streamer or a YouTuber or something to enter a URL of my choice in this URL bar? Would I then be able to hack that live streamer? And you may think, well, putting a URL or having a streamer open your URL, I mean, they're definitely not going to do that. But a lot of features that live streamers use make use of this browser source. For example, if you want to have like donation pop-ups on your screen, well, stream elements, what do they say in their documentation? You have to add a browser source and add their URL in the browser. So it shouldn't be that difficult to get a live streamer to open a URL like that. Why did I find this very interesting? It's because this OBS browser, it has a feature that allows local files to be shown as well. So instead of having a URL, if you check this checkbox, then you would show a local file in this browser. So already we're kind of mixing up browser with a way to show local files. That's interesting. That's the kind of thing that I want to play around with. How does it restrict any access across that? And can I, with a URL, load local files and steal them? That was my biggest question. Now, browsers, obviously, they are secured against this. If you visit the website cannot just read files from your local file system. That would be a very big issue. If we try it in Google Chrome in this case, so in Google Chrome, we fetch a file using the file URI, then Google Chrome will say, I'm not allowed to load a local resource. That makes a lot of sense, right? There are file access restrictions for these kind of URLs that block websites from opening them in any way. And does the same work in that embedded browser? Well, yes. In that embedded browser, if you try to load a local file from a site, then it will say failed to fetch. So that is not allowed. And at this point, I was a little bit stuck. I wanted to do this. I wanted to load local files, but I couldn't. And when I'm stuck, I always go to documentation or to forums. Forums are a place where everybody discusses all their issues with the software, so usually there's some gold mines in there. So I went to the OBS forums, and I found this forum thread entitled, "Browser source no longer HTML, CSS will no longer load local images with absolute URL paths." Okay, interesting. It kind of has some elements I want. It has a browser source, it has local files, and it has something about absolute paths, so that's interesting to me. And somewhere deep down in the comments, I found this comment that baffled me. It said, instead of using file : / we can use HTTP : / absolute / path. What does this mean? I had never heard of this, and I think that I know the web quite well, but I had never ever heard of this. So I needed to know how this worked. And I tested it out, and indeed, I can use HTTP : / absolute and a path on my system, and it loads that file. That is such a weird feature. This means that now any URL, like the localhost URL in this case, or an attacker URL, can have an iframe that then shows a local file. That's already an interesting primitive to work with. But one thing that we also notice here is that in my script, I use a fetch to fetch a local file. At the top, we still see that we cannot fetch yet. So there's still something not working. But in essence, with this absolute URL, we've bypassed a browser security feature. We've bypassed the fact that local files shouldn't be accessible from websites. But of course, the browser is like an onion. There's a lot of layers of security, so this didn't allow for a full exploit. And that's because of this extra security feature that's been added on. If you are on a website like aikido.dev and you try to fetch example.com, then the browser doesn't allow you to do that. And who knows what security feature the browser has to kind of prevent this from being possible? Anyone? I hear a lot of course, and I fully disagree with you. This error message, I have so many gripes with it, because in my opinion, the security feature blocking this access is the same origin policy. The same origin policy doesn't allow site A to read data from site B. And I really stand by this, the fact that course is not a security feature, and because we often talk about it as a security feature, developers get it way wrong and make for many course security vulnerabilities. Course, what does course do? It allows you to write rules that make the same origin policy less strict, so it can only reduce security, it can never add security. So this whole part in the error message about it's blocked by a course policy doesn't make sense at all. But that's not the only gripe I have with this error message. It also says access to fetch example.com from origin has been blocked. And that doesn't make sense either, because the same origin policy doesn't block requests to a website, it blocks you from reading responses. So in this exploit, that means that my attacker.com site can now make requests to the local file system using absolute, but it cannot read the responses. What I really needed is I needed to be able to read the file system. So now I can make requests, I can't read the file system. I needed something like this. I needed to be on the same origin, and then if I have a file on the file system, then that file on the file system would be able to read files and actually get the contents as well. So that got me thinking, can I somehow get an HTML file on the file system of my victim, because then that HTML file could read all other files on the file system. And then you start thinking about attack scenarios, and you may come up with something like this, like I could get the victim to download an HTML file, then I would need their Windows username, and then I would need the victim to open this specific link in OBS. That's boring, right? So many steps. I don't want an exploit like this. What I really wanted was this. I just want the victim to open my website in their OBS browser, and that would be more like it. So what did I do? I went to the source code of OBS, because OBS is open source. In the source code, I just searched for this absolute keyword, and I found this little code snippet here that says, well, if you're opening a URL, we're going to compare the URL that you entered and see if it starts with http://absolute. And if that is the case, then we are going to replace the beginning with file://. Now, this already gave me a lot more information about the system I'm working with, because now I know that in the underlying layer, it's actually using these file URLs. So it gave me some more information to work with. And then I went to the single source of truth on the internet, Wikipedia, and I looked on the page of the file URI scheme, and there I found some concerning things. In the section on Windows, it's always a section on Windows, I found that the file URI can actually make network requests. So if you do file:// and then a host name, then it's going to make an SMB call to that host to try and fetch that file. I have no idea why Microsoft decided that this was a good idea. Nobody needed this, but it is a thing. The file URI can make SMB calls. But at some point in the last 10 years, Microsoft have figured out that SMB calls and just making them all across the internet, that's a bad idea. So they have started restricting it a little bit. And so for my attack, SMB was not practical. But luckily, in true Microsoft fashion, they have built an alternative for me to use, and that alternative is WebDev. Who here knows what WebDev is? Okay, now look around. Those are all the people older than 40 years. Sorry. So, WebDev was Microsoft's idea for when SMB doesn't work, let's fall back to SMB over HTTP. So it's SMB over HTTP, and it looks a little like this. So here's a vibe-coded, terrible to read code snippet. But if you actually make a WebDev request, then first an options request is going to get made. Then 2 prop find requests are going to get made, followed by a get request. Like Microsoft, they started inventing their own HTTP verbs. For some reason, they figured that's a good idea. But in the end, this is kind of just a way to get a file. So with WebDev, you can get a file. And now I have everything to start putting my exploit together here. Because if I can get my victim to open attacker.com in their OBS browser, then I can host this code snippet. And this code snippet is just going to iframe the absolute URL //attacker.com/files.html. Now, the // might be weird to understand, but it's because if you have 2 slashes here, then it's going to make a web request. 3 slashes is going to make a local request on a local file system. But since the code here already added 3 slashes, I had to add 3 more slashes, because then Microsoft decides to kind of truncate that to either even or uneven and make a network request. Microsoft does weird stuff. But in the end, it works. It allows me to get files.html from my attacker website. Files.html contains this text. It's very simple, because since we are already on the absolute origin, we are just allowed to read any file from the file system, in this case, password.txt, but it could be just any file on the victim's file system. And now we can read it and return the bytes to the attacker, and then the attacker will get the bytes in their server. So this is kind of the whole chain for how I could steal files by just you opening my link in your OBS browser. And I really, really like this exploit. And whilst finding this, it was very complex. I loved it. I had some primitives that I wanted to do some more research on. And so let's continue in our story here. And let's go into a little side quest here. Because while one of the interesting things in that attack in OBS were these file URIs. These file URIs that just make requests and get files. Well, in Evernote, if you open a note and the note has a file URI in it to an IP address followed with a Python file, if you click that link, then your Windows computer, it will download that Python file and just instantly execute it. Without any warning whatsoever, it just executes the Python file. Awesome, great. And this technique, it works everywhere. For example, in Xmind, mind mapping software, if you have a node that links to such a file URI, then poof, your Python code will automatically be executed, in this case, popping calc.exe. It even worked in KeyPass. If in KeyPass you have an entry that contains a link to this file URI, and you click it, well then poof, the calculator pops up and you've been pwned. And this worked in so many cases that I couldn't even list all of them here. So if anybody wants to have some fun in Bug Bounty, this is a really fun way to get some easy bounties, hopefully. So that's for the side quest. Let's get back to browsers and let's get into actual browsers now. Remember in my previous research that I had this section of getting the victim to download an HTML file and stuff like that. Whilst I was looking into this, I looked into ways that browsers can download files to your file system. And one of the ways that browsers can do that is using this file system access API. It was, at the time, very new, and it's a new way in Google Chrome to kind of have interaction with the file system. And it works in a very simple way. So in code, you just get a handle by using the show save file picker, and then you can say, hey, I want to save a file, normal file.exe. I want to save that file to the file system. Well, if you try to do something like this, if you try to save an exe file to the file system, then Chrome will say, hey, are you sure you want to save that? Yes or no. And if you are in the Enterprise Chrome version, then your administrators, they can block types of files that can be downloaded and all that. So I wanted to bypass this. I wanted to bypass this safety check when downloading malicious files using this API. And that's when I came up with this exploit. So let's look at this together. The victim is on a website, and the website says, hey, download this cat, because every boomer using a computer wants to download cat pictures all the time. So if I press the download this cat button, then we see a pop-up happen, and this is where you have to say, hey, yes, I want to save this picture, right? And what do you see? Well, the file name is cat, and the file type is a JPEG image. So yeah, this is what we expect when we download an image. We download a JPEG image in this case. So if I press the save button here, then we see that the image gets downloaded to our system, and the website says, hey, the cat has been downloaded. You can double-click it to play with it. Obviously, that would open the image, because we've downloaded a JPEG file, right? Well, let's see what happens if we double-click our cat. Oh, we have remote code execution on the system. Very, very nice. As you can see, there's no way for a user to tell that they downloaded a virus. There's nothing blocking this from happening. And the exploit is also incredibly simple. Here's the exploit code. We start with having a button, it says download here, and if you click that button, then we are going to show the save file picker with the suggested name cat.jpg, with all the properties set to download a JPEG file. So this is perfectly normal way to download a JPEG file. The next piece of code is a little less normal. The attacker is going to fetch an executable. So this can be any executable stored on the web server. It's going to save it as a blob, and it's going to write that blob to our file cat.jpg. At this point, we just have a JPEG file with the bytes of an executable. Double-clicking it will do nothing. It will open the photo viewer and say, hey, this is not a valid picture, right? So this can happen at any point. The last line in the exploit is what makes it exploitable, and that's the fact that this website is then just able to say, hey, I want to move this file to cat.exe. And at this point, Google Chrome just forgot to implement checks to make sure that this is not a malicious extension. All of these security features blocking dangerous files from being downloaded, they don't exist here anymore for some reason. So see how simple this is? This is not a really lead hack. This is simple. Anybody could find this. So yeah. That was a pretty fun exploit, and it got me to thinking, well, there must be a lot more security issues in this API if they forgot this. And well, I was definitely correct, because in my next exploit, I'm going to show you how I could steal your private GitHub repository with this API. Here's another video of our attack. On the left side, we have the attacker. The attacker, they have a web server open, and the attacker, they have their uploads folder here that's currently empty. Nothing in it. And here we have our victim. Our victim has a private GitHub repository, and this private GitHub repository, well, it's just like anybody has a private GitHub repository. It's very secret. Nobody should be allowed to read it. And like all of our private GitHub repositories, we have secrets stored in there. So let's see, as an attacker, if I'm able to steal that repository. This is the attacker's website. The attacker's website is going to ask the user to do one thing, and that's hold down the Enter key on the website. And that's the only primitive the attacker needs to perform this attack. Now, you may say, well, it's very obvious. If a website asks me to hold down the Enter key, I'm not going to do it. But I don't believe you, because if I make a game like Flappy Bird, and you have to press the Enter key to flap the birds, then everybody's going to press the Enter key. There's a million ways to get a user to hold down the Enter key for a second on their keyboard. But what happens if a user holds down the Enter key? Well, let's see. If a user holds down the Enter key, then some stuff happens, and all of a sudden, the attacker gets a request. And if the attacker looks in the uploads folder, then they see that all of a sudden they have secret-main.zip. And if they unzip it, they can actually look at the secret that was in the GitHub repository. They've stolen the entire GitHub repository. And this whole exploit was just 4 lines of code. It's really simple. We start once again with this window.showSave file picker, and in this case, we're saving secret-main.zip to the user's file system. After we've done that, we immediately remove this file. So we immediately delete this file from the file system, and then the third line of code is we open the GitHub repository to this specific link. This is on the victim's file system, so the victim, they are logged into GitHub, they can access this link, and then we can just read this file. So really simple, a really simple security check that was missed. I'll show the exploit in a bit of a more visual way. So we have our attacker creates a file handle to a file. They then immediately delete the file. They then open a link to GitHub. GitHub is automatically going to write the download of the full GitHub repository to that file, and then the attacker can just read the full file. So what did Google forget in this case? Well, they forgot a check that says, hey, if the file is deleted, the file handle shouldn't exist anymore, because another process can write to it and can then, well, read that file still. Now, if you look at that exploit, you may be thinking, one part is still missing, and that's the fact that this pop-up, the user still has to accept this pop-up, right? So how do we do that? Well, let's slow things down in the exploit, and let's see if you can spot at what point the user gives their permission to save this file. So let's see. So we're holding down the Enter key. And this is just GitHub opening, so it already happened. I don't know if you spotted it. Let's slow it down a little bit more and see if you can spot it. That pink hue, that's the save file picker window. And you pretty much have like 3 frames of detecting that you are saving a file to your file system. And this technique, I call it enter jacking. Coming from click checking, it's a little bit similar to that, where a user just doesn't have time to react to a pop-up that's actually giving the site some permission. So the site wants permission to save a file. As a user, you don't have time to actually react and to give that permission. And this enter-jacking attack was really fun because it led to 2 other bugs. In this case, in Google Chrome and in Firefox, where on several Linux distributions, there was an issue where where a website could steal any file you've uploaded in the past to another site. So let's look at the exploit here. So we are on any site, in this case the Mozilla docs, which I frequent a lot. And this site has a file upload window. So let's say I want to upload all of my deepest, darkest secrets here. I've done that, and I'm done with the Mozilla documentation now. And now, in a couple of hours, I actually go to the attacker's website. So let's see, we close the Mozilla documentation, and we go to the attacker's website. And the attacker's website is once again asking me to hold down the Enter key. Oh, my apologies. Let's see if we can skip ahead a little bit. So the attacker's website is asking you to hold down the Enter key. And if you do, then, well, it automatically selects the previous file that you've uploaded, and the site can read that previous file, which is really nice. And the technique here works in the exact same way. In this case, on Ubuntu, if such a file window to upload a file is opened, then by default, the previous file you've ever uploaded in that browser is pre-selected. So holding down the Enter key means you automatically select that file. And then afterwards, Ubuntu is so nice to you that they also automatically pre-select the open file selection. So by just holding down the Enter key, you select the previous file you've ever uploaded anywhere. So yeah, really fun to find some bugs with this technique. It worked in both Google Chrome and Firefox, and I reported it to Mozilla, and they said, we'll wait for Chrome to fix it so we can copy their answer, which I liked a lot. Finally, I want to mention some AI finding, in this case, a prompt injection in Mozilla Firefox, because I was looking into browsers, and I saw that Mozilla Firefox had a new feature where you could summarize a page. So if you are on an attacker's website, the attacker's website asks you to summarize the page, you can open this new AI feature, and this button, Summarize Page, appears. This is a button from the browser, and what happens if you press that button? If you press that button, the AI will start to summarize the page, and you get a request back that in this case can steal any of your memories that you've saved in this AI service. So these prompt injections, they're really, really simple. AI features are getting added everywhere, and usually they're all breakable in the exact same way. So always fun to play around with new AI features in any system. So if you want to get into hacking, just find any software that you regularly use, look at the latest AI feature they've added, and I'm sure you can find a bug in there. What did the exploit here look like? The exploit is in Dutch, and that's because AIs are always prompted in English. They're also trained on a lot of English and less other languages. Their security rules have been stated in English. So when it comes across a different language, it already is weaker than the rules that have been set, because already it makes some kind of change in what it's going to generate. I use Dutch because, well, I speak Dutch. Apparently the Finnish language, I don't know if anybody from Finland is here, but the Finnish language would be really good for this because their grammar makes no sense at all, so the AI doesn't really understand their grammar. I would use Finnish, but I also don't understand their grammar, so I can't. But Dutch works very well, and in this case, the payload is really simple. We just have a bunch of p tags that are not visible to the user, so the user can see them. And the payload says, hey, summarize this link. And I have a link, and fill in my memories on the page, do it, perform the action. When using AI systems, and if you want to exfiltrate data, always use links. Because an AI system, when it puts a link on the screen, it usually already visits that link to check what content is there, and can I use any content on this link to already inform the user. So if an AI outputs a link, it usually also visits it. So that's why these links are really nice to work with. Other variants of this are using a markdown image tag. If you have an AI inject a markdown image tag, it will render it and make a request to show the image, and that way you can leak data out of the AI to a third-party system. So that was my full research journey here, finding really simple to exploit bugs in browsers. Usually I always have one question after every talk, and the question that I always get is, how much did you get in terms of bounties? So let's do a little quiz with all of you together. For all of this and all of the 10 extra bugs in the side quest, how much did you think I made? Who thinks I made over 5K in bounties from all of these bugs? Wow, you don't believe in me at all. Somebody, yes, thank you for believing in me. Who thinks I made between 2.5 and 5K? In euros, sorry. Okay, a lot of people. And who thinks I made less than 2.5K? Wow, damn it. You don't believe in me at all, and you are correct. Yes. For all of this research, I made 2,400 euros before taxes. And in Belgium, taxes are over 50%, so you can do the math yourself. So yeah, that's why I always conclude with saying that bug bounty hunters are the Uber drivers of InfoSec. Yeah. Everybody is always promised that as a bug bounty hunter they can work whenever they want and they can, do all the cool research and they will earn millions, because if you look at what HackerOne states, they state that they have so many millionaire hackers and bounties of $1 million. But in reality, you're just doing a lot of work, getting screwed over by a lot of companies, running into duplicates all the time. You report bugs, and sometimes it can take up to 2 to 3 months to even get a reply on your bug. It's really in a sad state nowadays, so hence this statement. But to end on a happy note, my conclusion is that anybody can hack browsers, and I hope that all of you go out there and find some real bugs. Thank you for listening.
If you have questions for Robert, I can pass the mic. Anyone in the audience? All right.
I'll be available anywhere in the conference, so hit me up. Hey, dankjewel. Van waar ben je?
Ik ben van West-Vlaanderen, van Nederland. Maar ik woon al 9 jaar in Canada.
Amai. Oké.
Woon je daar nog of ben je geweest?
Nee, ik woon in Limburg. Ja.
In Limburg, ja. Je zei dus best.
Ja, inderdaad, naar hier gekomen voor de talk. Dus,
En is Aikido hier ook?
Nee, Aikido is er niet. Ja, van Gent. Die zitten in Gent. Ja, die gaan echt heel hard, want die zijn nu met $1 billion gevalued. Dus ze zijn echt een unicorn. Echt,
En enkel kantoor in Gent?
Goh, ze zitten in Gent, maar er zijn ook veel werknemers in de US tegenwoordig. Het is een beetje overal ondertussen, omdat die gewoon zo snel aan het groeien zijn. Dat, een beetje van alles. Het is SAST, DAST, nu ook AI penetration testing, dus volledig autonomous testing. Doen een beetje van alles om eigenlijk gewoon je hele CI/CD willen ze op elk deel van wat je moet beveiligen zorgen dat er iets is, dat je een AI pentest in je CI/CD kan steken, dat je DAST erin hebt, SAST erin hebt enzovoort. Dus ja.
Een hele mooie taal.
Dankjewel. Dankjewel, merci. Hey.
Regarding the enter hijacking,
yeah.
Why does it have to make it an enter? Like, since it's just like a website loading, why just like when they fetch the website, it just automatically works? Like, what makes the need to enter from the
because if a website wants to save a file to the file system, they need permission from the user.
Okay.
So this pop-up, they need this pop-up to be able to save to the local file system of the user.
Okay.
Which is otherwise not allowed, and that's why. And then the enter key just automatically approves that access.
Okay.
So that's why you need that enter key. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
It was a great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Faith in you, it was like 5,000 plus. Because we paid a few times more than that.
Yeah, it's true. But to be honest, I only got paid for 2 bugs out of all of them. All the others were duplicates, or the company said, no, it's...
once in a while we have a vendor that gets bug bounty, and I work for a Fortune 500, so they're like, the guy's charging 10,000 to not make it public. And
but nowadays, bug bounty is in a really sad state. And nowadays, when I report bugs, I don't even go through bug bounty platforms because I don't agree with their non-disclosure.
Okay.
Like HackerOne, I've said multiple times that I will get banned because of this talk.
but check UPS, because like I said...
UPS? Yeah. Are they on what platform are they?
Sorry. By the way, 2,400 euros is 5K here.
Is that a lot?
5G? I don't know. It depends.
It's better than a kick in the ass.
I don't know, man. If I have 5,000 Skittles, it's not a lot. Depends if I'm eating them or if I'm selling Skittles, you know? My point is just that, like, I believed in you. I was like, you made more than 5K, but you did, because I was thinking Canadian dollars. Our dollar's not worth shit.
I think we use more than one.
Who's next?
She's next.
Hello.
I'll check because we want the room to be synchronized, so I'll go check where they
Okay.
are. I think there's another.
so it's live, but you're muted at the board.
Okay.
And then this is.
I'm
this is
like, I
moved
can't
again.
talk.
Is there an audio card that you can hook on this side, or it's just on the other side?
Well, it depends if you literally mean audio card or an audio like input.
Well, it's output.
Well, it's an input on my board. So, yeah, you have sound in your presentation?
Yeah, I have a small like company intro.
Okay. We don't have the little adapter.
Do you have a you don't have a eighth inch like aux port?
No.
Yeah. You have like a Mac.
It's just.
Sorry. These things are made for people with detached earlobes. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where,
Oh, yeah.
So when you have like an attached earlobe,
But it feels like it's pretty on though. Yeah, like
it's on. Just this thing is sticking out, and I don't want you to be
okay.
up there.
Is that the $2,000 microphone?
Almost.
This is about $700 a mic, and then the belt pack itself costs an additional, $1,200.
Sorry, no, I do have
wait.
this thing.
Yeah, you got it. It's right there.
Okay.
Okay.
You want me to set it up so you don't have to go on stage?
Hello? 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 Test? Hello?
It's a Lenovo, of course.
Test?
You got it.
Yeah, standard corporate laptop.
So much further off of your face than I want it to be. I keep
Test.
popping off of your
Hello?
ear, that's why.
Is it? You want me to take off the earrings? Does that do
You know what?
anything?
Maybe I'll just loosen this.
Okay.
Don't.
Don't. Yeah.
Your hair so that
Hello? En train de m'allumer mon micro. Oh, allô? Okay, just to tell you that we have a 10-minute delay, 15 minutes
It's gonna
delay.
work?
We'll resume at 3:15, so you have time to go to the bathroom. We'll try to synchronize with the other room, that's why. So at
it's really
3:15.
It's really just this won't go under your ear anymore.
Oh, don't worry about the cussing.
Okay. Maybe I'll just push this out a bit. Okay, that's gonna be a little bit better. I hope it doesn't pop off your ear is my real concern. You're up there for a while, eh?
Yeah, it's like a 30-minute thing.
How long are you talking for?
Oh, I'm talking. 30, about 30. 25, 30, yeah.
Okay. Fuck, I'm not improving it.
Well,
you know what, I'm gonna take it off.
Okay, if you want, I
Take
can
it
grab
off,
the
and then
mic.
I'm just gonna try to fix it while it's not on your head because it's really awkward to manipulate things on people's heads.
Okay.
It's not your fault. I promise. You're like, I didn't feel like it was my fault. So sometimes I do this and people are like, it's my ears, it's my head. I'm like, it's not you.
My deformed body.
Yeah. The last thing I want to do is make people self-conscious before they go on stage. Yeah, exactly.
That's
Exactly.
like,
Nobody
never-
thinks about their ears.
That's never been a point of
New-
like discussion
Yeah,
ever in my
new
life.
new body dysmorphia unlocked.
Yeah.
My girlfriend and her father and her grandmother and both of my kids have a little like bite mark out of their ears. It's like a genetic mutation that's carried on through
And everyone
multiple
gets
generations. Yeah. Okay, cool. So lift back up and we'll see if this is better. I'm hoping I improved it. I'll try to slide this under you. Sorry, it's trying to get it on that side.
All right.
There we go. Okay. This will have to go up here. And these are the nice microphones, I'll tell you what. The shitty ones are much better.
Really doesn't feel super tight. It feels okay.
You're low on battery.
I got my thing. Veux-tu que je le branche? Putain.
Why can't she? Why can't she plug in? Where's your plug?
It's in my backpack right over
get
here.
it out, I'll take it.
Yeah. Putain.
We're always going to make sure.
Christine Barbara.
That's right.
So I will be introducing. Do you want like a shorter? Do you want me to read the full bio, or do you
Oh
want like
God.
a shorter?
Yeah, keep it short. Yeah. I even read the bio. I was like, oh my God. I have to. Let's like ask me for a minimum amount. I'm like.
Do you have like something punchy that can maybe like give a hint of what something
You're plugged
worthy?
in. You're good.
Amazing. Thank you. I think I'm cool. Yeah.
Maybe there's something you'll talk about that's a bit like surprising, and I can kind of give.
Change the battery in your back.
Should I unlock the computer and put it in pres mode right away?
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Right? I don't want to waste time, all of a sudden, like seeing my 20,000 apps opened.
It's like going to demo something on Chrome or something, and you have like 80,000 apps.
Oh, I'm that person.
Chrome yesterday actually wiped all my apps, my open tabs on my phone, and I was like, oh, thank you.
Thank you, exactly. It's go time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, next up is Christine Barbara. She is leading security transformation at Ubisoft, where she is focused on making security part of how software and games are built. And she's leading a global program spanning security culture and behavior change at scale, blending change management and community enablement at Ubisoft. Thank you, and please, warm welcome for Christine.
Thank you. I'm just putting on my timer to keep account of myself. Hi, everyone. So I'm here to really tell the story of how we made threat modeling a skill of few to a skill of many at Ubisoft, hence the title. Do I get a clicker of sorts here? Ah, never mind. Oh my God, my face is really large. Okay, wasn't expecting that screen size. So, hi, my name is Christine. I'm a security director at Ubisoft. My scope is really around security engagement and awareness. It means essentially protecting employees from themselves. It means taking care of security portfolio, project enablement, project delivery, and data and insights. I've been working in tech for about 20 years, 8 of those in security. And spoiler, I'm not very technical, and hence this presentation is not going to be very technical either. I do have some security street cred, though, I wanted to share. So I worked with an amazing privacy family in establishing a data privacy program when GDPR rolled out. I worked with an amazing team to get a disaster recovery program out at Ubisoft. And we launched a security hygiene program called Security Fundamentals that was really around deploying SSO capabilities across all of our applications, proper secrets handling and hygiene, and of course, logs collection of all critical logs on our OSs. What I found through a lot of these is that security is often after the fact. It's rarely by design. And this was something that I always wished. I was like, well, why can't we just do things before launch? And so this is really where the threat modeling transformation came into place. So Ubisoft, I'm sure, okay, we game, we're into gaming, but I don't want to assume that everyone knows what we do, especially or which games, so I thought a little quick corporate selfish intro wouldn't hurt. Oh, but the sound don't work. Well, never mind then in that case. So fast forward. Agenda. So we need to change. I'm going to explain a little bit about that, what propelled us to adopt threat modeling at scale at Ubisoft. How to change. So I think as security people, you've obviously wondered, like, well, we communicated this policy or this standard, and how come people just aren't listening to what we said? It goes beyond that, of course. I'll explain to you what our threat modeling adoption playbook looked like, and then we'll go into some results and some transferable lessons that I think anyone can use no matter what the project is, you know, whenever you want to try to enact change. So, a little bit about how we're structured at Ubisoft. So, we're about 110 security staff, different disciplines, right? SOC, GRC, security engineering, versus at least 8,000 roles that are dev or DevOps. And it could be anywhere from developing games or business applications or any types of services that are to enhance the player experience. So this, though, dynamic, obviously, I'm sure you've seen this often. There's 3 main problematics with the scenario, right? First of all, it's obvious security is grossly outnumbered by the pace of software development. The second problematic is that security assessments are only a snapshot in time, right? So if you do a security assessment, 6 months later, 3 features down, the entire architecture has changed up already. So it kind of makes that assessment kind of like moot, right? And then lastly, even if a security team often manages to catch up with the product to do some sort of assessment or pen test, traditionally in dev culture, no dev necessarily wants to stop what they're doing, have to go back and do untimely bug fixes, or retrofit some security mitigation into something that's already established in terms of architecture. Essentially, they want to be working on, fun, sexy features, for the next release. So for us, we realized we're like, okay, well, instead of trying to, catch up constantly, we need to share the expertise. So the solution was really to delegate. So in our mind, we're like, all software dev teams should threat model. That's it. So what I want to do first is really maybe, because I'm sure everyone here understands what threat modeling is. I'm not going to explain what it is, but I think just to get everybody on the same page, it's worth to just kind of say, well, our flavor of threat modeling is the Microsoft Stride methodology. So as you know, that tends to flavor data flow diagrams, with trust boundaries, and we align security goals right to threats. And so in this here, what you see here is a very generic data flow diagram, and with all the traditional assets. So you have a process that's running code or a service processing data. You have your external entities. You have here within an Amazon account, you have the data stores in the S3 buckets. You have a data flow, right? So this is where we get the secrets from the secret manager. We have, of course, our trust boundaries at the end. And these red little doodads that you see over here, so that's the identified threat, essentially. And this is where, in this exercise, this is all of these assets where certain threats were identified. So how to change, right? So to approach the change for us, we had to be very clear on what were the intentions, right? What is changing specifically? So first of all, it was clear that this was a change in process. Instead of addressing security after the fact, what we're looking to do is to do that, buzzword here coming, but shift left and move the security review at the design phase. The other part change was a change in role. So rather than the security team being the one doing the threat modeling, essentially they were becoming the teachers, the coaches, the enablers, and we're giving the responsibility of the threat model to the software development teams. And lastly, the biggest one is a change in attitudes, beliefs, and mindsets, because people always tend to say oh, everyone knows security. Here we really want to see it in practice and action, where we see now it's a more shared responsibility. And also to sort of take it into mind that this is not more work, it's just about doing work more efficiently. Now, in terms of who is impacted, our philosophy was, anyone who contributes to the design and coding of a solution, right? So that includes architects, tech leads, developers, engineers, programmers. In this case, we had about over 300 people that we had targeted to be part of this program. We also include product managers because they manage the life cycle of a product, right? So they have to be accountable for security being taken into consideration during the design phase and to give it the right prioritization. And so with all change, there's always problematics, right? Change is hard. It's super hard. I'm not even going to lie. And of course, we expected some sort of resistance. And I would say the two biggest pieces of feedback, which was fair, was it's more work. You're putting more work on us. And the second was, well, we're not security people, so how do you expect us to be able to do this? And so we needed to, with that feedback in our plan, we needed to really make it as easy, as pleasant, as rewarding as possible, for teams to do the right thing. So this is the more dry part of the prez, but essentially this is what a methodology that we took part in to be able to create change. So those may have heard of it. It's called ADKAR. It's a change management methodology developed by this company called ProSci. Essentially, it just means aiming for awareness. It's kind of understanding why the change. It's like saying, hey, we're implementing threat modeling in order to scale security and to be able to catch up to the speed of software development. D is for desire, so it's that it's the what's in it for me, basically. It's being able to connect with people at all levels of the business and sell it to them in a way that resonates with them. So for example, for dev teams, you're like, hey, we're removing the security bottleneck. You'll be able to ship faster and you don't need to worry about us getting in the way with the gates. K is for knowledge, so that is being able to give them, to know how to change, giving them the training, the guidance that they need. A is for ability, so that's essentially giving them the coaching, the guidance they need. It's moving the theory of threat modeling to actually threat modeling in practice. And lastly is the reinforcement, which is kind of making that change stick over time and like avoiding going back to old habits. So this is how we put that into play at Ubisoft altogether. And hopefully there's some little nuggets of wisdom that maybe you can take in the future if you have anything that you want to change security-wise in your organization. Okay, so awareness. Essentially what it means is lots and lots and lots of meetings. This year, I'm not going to lie, I've been to over at least 30 meetings to do different types of like sponsors and senior stakeholders and team leads and whatnot. But it starts first with aligning your security leadership to make sure that this is something that we want to do collectively, and also getting the departments, on board with the change, because you need your security department to speak with one voice, right? Then you go to your sponsors, and your CISO or your VP security. He needs to be able to get the coalition of sponsors to help push down this change as well. And so your sponsors, that they announce that this change is coming, they actively model the support for the change, and they appoint champions, people of influence within their department who can continue cascading this down. And the champions, that's what they do. They communicate the importance of the change, and they ensure that people managers get their teams on board. And then there's the people managers who not only are they getting their teams ready, but they also have to listen to their concerns. And they relay the feedback from the floor back to our project team as well. So the what's in it for me. So as I was mentioning, when you create that awareness and you explain the need for change, you also need to explain the what's in it for me. And this is where things get a little personal, I find, because this is where you need to connect the benefit of this change to what matters to the individual. So for the security team, it was pretty easy, I found, because here we were selling security scalability. We were saying, hey, we're going to improve security culture in the company as a whole, and we're also going to prevent security incidents. From a leadership standpoint, if you're talking to like the business, they're like, if you sell to them as operational excellence, it's like it makes us deliver and ship with efficiency. If you tell them quality games and software, if you tell them this is an investment into our tech talent, these are things that really resonate with the business. And when you talk to people managers, you spin it a bit differently. You say, hey, this is going to improve your team collaboration. This is going to create a more autonomous team and a more mature development team for you. And you can give security assurances to your stakeholder. And lastly, to some of the most discerning, the dev team, this is where we get to say, hey, the security bottlenecks are going to be removed, and you can also avoid, some untimely bug fixes in that red team report that you get that has about 30, findings that you need to fix could, maybe go down to 10 findings instead. And of course, you can feel good in knowing, that you have some of the most secure code in town. So how did we roll out the training, the knowledge? So once we did formally communicate this change at large by our CIO, the knowledge phase rolled out pretty promptly. So first what we did is we rolled out a training campaign using our learning management system. It had two trainings. It had a threat modeling 101 that was built by our team, and as well as an OWASP top 10, because it's one thing to know the theory, it's another thing to actually know what type of threats you need to be anticipating. We also did, these were time-box campaigns mandated by a department leader. We did monitoring, and of course, we're a gaming company, right? So we gamified this. We had leaderboards and stuff to try to get teams to try to challenge each other to get the most, employees completed within a department. On top of it, we created a SharePoint knowledge base, and this was to go into much deeper information. So I had best practices. We would give data flow diagram basics, templates. We'd give examples of what a good threat model looks like. We also give tips to avoid common pitfalls like overscoping a threat model. You don't want to do that. And then, of course, we would create things like facilitator and participant preparation checklists so that when they come in to do their first session, they'd be ready. They wouldn't be kind of going like, oh, I didn't prepare my data flow diagram. Oh, I didn't do my whole bill of assets. So it's good to have this in place. So after the whole knowledge part, we go into ability. And so people learn the theory behind threat modeling, marvelous. But how do you move from learning to getting them to be confident into actually doing threat modeling? So we put 3 things in place. One of the easy things we did is we did a coaching squad. So we found 5 security architects. security specialists who just really like threat modeling in general, and they were happy to coach teams when they would go into their first threat modeling session. We also had a team space, people could drop in, say, hey, I have a problem with this, I'm not sure what to do about that. So this is things we put in place. We also built a community of practice. And so I don't know for those who are familiar with this concept, it's essentially a group of co-development where people who are learning threat modeling and they want to learn off each other. It's going to be like a clinic, of like, hey, we start to work on this threat model. Do you anticipate any other threats that you can complement with what we looked at so far? Or it could be someone said like, hey, we found a really cool way to make threat modeling go faster, and this is how we did it. The idea is it's shared learning. And then lastly, and probably the more exciting one, and it would be remiss of me if I didn't talk about it, I don't have a long time to talk about it, but I can show you a bit, is our Cyber Threat Modeler 3000. So this was an AI-powered threat modeling assistant that would basically help users identify threats and propose mitigations faster and more efficiently. So I can talk about it just a bit. So 4 main features, and sorry it's a little blurry, but this is a GIF that kind of shows the workflow a bit. But essentially, CTM 3000 had a step-by-step workflow, and it guides the user through the 4 big questions of threat modeling. What are we working on? What could go wrong? What can we do about it? And did we do a good job? I almost forgot. And then it keeps that consistency among all the threat models. On top of it, of course, what's really cool is the machine learning part, because it reads the data flow diagrams that the team will submit into it. It will suggest relevant threats and propose mitigations. And all of its information is based on what we trained it with. So we trained it with our security policies, we trained it with standards, with OWASP top 10 threats, and of course, we've fed it, both what a good threat model looks like and what a not great threat model looks like. Third, we have a centralized database. So what we do is we keep all the threat models submitted in this tool. We do it, first of all, to track adoption, to have a central place where we can fetch the old threat models, and also it can allow for reiteration by a team as well. If they wanted to add a new feature, they can start from where they left off. And lastly, we have a built-in AI chatbot, and that's to assist the end user throughout the process. So over here, what you see at the time of building this presentation, maybe a few weeks ago, this is a KPI dashboard that will show, here you'll see about 48 total threat models were submitted, and then you can see different metrics like the number of threats generated, and it'll tell you how many were AI generated versus manually entered, or how many total threat mitigations, 293 in this case, were generated as well. And then you can see the adoption by team. So the last part, reinforcement. So how did we make the change stick? So, time check. Okay. So some tools we use to keep the momentum. At Ubisoft, we love goodies. We love swag. So we really kept a budget aside for swag, to reinforce positive behaviors and adoption. It could have been des trucs, it could have been T-shirts, it could be your team wins a free lunch because you guys were so awesome being the first-time adopters. And of course, we would do lots of public shout-outs. We would give, their leaders, the names of teams and stuff, and individuals are doing super well so that they could be, praised and stuff in front of the group. These are ways to continue to, positively reinforce, adoption. On top of it, so not all companies do this, but in Ubisoft, they have this concept of objectives and key results, OKRs. And this is really voluntary based on the discretion of managers. But if they were believers in threat modeling, then what they would do is craft job objectives for either skills development or related to their work, that would include threat modeling. And to complement that, we would have a KPI dashboard that leadership can look at to see if that's working or not, if we see better adoption. And then based on that dashboard, they're able to say, they'll see if there's space for messaging, to continue being consistent, being like, threat model is here to stay. We have a threat model coming up. Very important. It's really important also, I need to say that for stakeholders or champions, you need to give them almost like KPIs. You need to talk about threat modeling at least twice this month in your communications. Because if you don't tell them, then people will say, oh yeah, I'll be a sponsor, and then they just kind of forget about it. So results, talk about quickly the results and the transferable lessons that I hope you guys can take. So first of all, I just need to acknowledge, so yeah, I mean, I was the transformation lead, but it really took a huge village of believers to really push this through. I really need to make a commend shout out to Mars Penton and Frederic Lopez. If I could, I would have them here, but they're not in Montreal. We all partnered up and really made this a reality, and it took like BAs, project managers, our AI specialists, Alexandra, developers, all this to just build the tooling, create the plan, drive it, drive the training, drive all the knowledge management. So this is quickly a timeline of what it could look like if you wanted to take some sort of transformation or a change or whatever you want to call it and make a change, a security change within your organization. So I'm going to try not to go this line by line, but essentially in this first, what we had for the first 6 months was strictly preparation. It takes a lot of prep time actually for a change because you have to get, all I said, lots of meetings, lots of stakeholder onboarding, getting all the information together, getting the training ready, figuring out who are all the people we need to train, get the communications planning going. All this took about 6 months. Then boom, on April 1st, we had the change announcement, which is funny because it was April 1st and it wasn't a joke or anything like that, no poisson d'avril. So yeah, the change was announced, and then we rolled out the training campaign. And we also had some early adopters who wanted to start threat modeling right away, which was really sweet. And so these were kind of like our early adopters, the ones well representing the program. We took the summer as a way to kind of like slow down a little bit. People were on vacation. So we took that time to launch our knowledge base. We started to get feedback too, to see how ready were people feeling to be able to move from the theory to the actual practice. And we took a lot of that survey to be able to plan, on how do we help people, how do we coach them. And this is the time too that we start to recruit people to the community of practice. Because it wasn't like people being volunteered to do it. We were looking for people who were organically very interested in security, who wanted to, learn more. And then for the last stretch, essentially, this was really all about ability and reinforcement. So this is when we launched the CTM 3000 and did all the demos, give people a chance to have a look at it, get hands-on. We formed our coaching squad and started signing coaches for teams who were raising their hand for threat modeling. And then we provided OKRs that were, up to the discretion of people managers if they wanted to adopt them or not. And we started sharing KPIs. Lastly, the last stretch, so this is where we really asked to push leadership, put those last, words of messaging that this was important. We held a Threat ModCon event. So Threat ModCon is an actual real thing that I believe OWASP sponsors. I know they do it like in Europe. I'm not sure if they do it in North America. But we made our own Ubisoft Threat ModCon where we kind of, we went through the journey of the program, we looked at the results, we did lightning talks of people who started to do threat modeling, we started to, we gave swag to recognize the efforts of others, we did a little, apéro 5 à 7 after, there was food, it was just, kind of fun giveaway celebration. And lastly, at Ubisoft, we have an internal developers conference. And so that was it. We were able, our team got a ticket to be able to conduct a threat modeling workshop at the conference in Sweden. Hold on. Sorry, my thing's a little buggy. Okay, so some lessons learned. So first of all, actually, let me go through the results. In terms of training, we had about over 300 people scoped, but the interest in threat modeling was actually really cool, and it went beyond the 300 people. Between the Threat Modeling 101 and the OWASP Top 10, we had 1,900 people who trained in our learning management system. In terms of discovery, we took metrics from our SharePoint knowledge base, and we saw we had 395 unique views, but altogether, with people returning, we had over 2,100 hits in that site. In terms of experimenting, we had 48 sessions, 48 threat models conducted in CTM 3000. For the practice itself, we had 16 threat modeling workshops conducted with the support of a security coach. We had 25 members to our community of practice recruited, and who are every month meeting up and stuff to talk about what's working, what's not working in threat modeling. And last, in terms of improvement, what we noticed is that we have 3 threat models iterated upon, which doesn't sound like a lot, but what I liked about this metric is that it shows it's not that teams are just going and doing it. It shows that there's an actual care in improving on the quality of their threat model rather than just like doing it and getting it done. So some lessons learned. I wanted to share that AdCar works. It really does. But from past projects that I've done or programs that I've helped build, you can't cut corners. That's one thing that's for sure. But I know when you do it from A to Z, this has probably been one of the most successful changes I've managed to implement at Ubisoft. Second, the quality sponsors of your sponsorship and change network, it can really make or break the change. I've heard so often that sponsors say, like, yes, I sponsor this initiative, and then they basically bugger off. You know, it's a very passive type of sponsorship. So here, you really need to be able to have trust and to be able to keep your sponsors accountable and call them out when they're not playing their role. As well, I want to mention that as much as you train people, it's very clear, like non-security people really need that hand-holding. So the ability phase is super important. Like they really need to feel that they have like a guardrail or a safe place to fall onto and just to get themselves started. And then lastly, I think the budget for goodies is incredibly important. I'm going to find a slide because I do have a slide for goodies, and I don't know where it went, but I thought it was really, really cool to be able to show you the type of swag that we got. So I'll show it in 2 seconds. But all this to say, in conclusion, if there's any takeaway that I could take, is to say that if anyone who's seen Ratatouille, the movie by Disney, you'll totally understand this, right? But essentially, anyone can cook. You might remember Chef Gusteau used to say, anyone can cook. That was our philosophy, too, in the end. Anyone can threat model, even you. And that's it. That's my presentation. This is basically the story of our journey of threat modeling at Ubisoft.
If you have any questions for Christine, yes?
Yeah, I noticed in the keynote resources that most of the potential threats and mitigations were AI generated. I was wondering if you guys had any sort of like verification process for those like potential threats or mitigations, because like AI models, like they're getting better and better, but they're not immune from like hallucinating data or just like making things up to make the user happy. And so I was wondering if you guys took that into account for when AI suggests potential threats or mitigations. If you had anybody double-checking that to make sure that that's actually a threat or that the mitigation actually does something instead of just being like random data that's being thrown at you to show you something.
So I'll do my best to answer. Again, not technical, but I appreciate the question. So what I can say is that there's definitely no red teamer that's double-checking, you know, to see if it's indeed a threat or whatnot. We do have the safeguard of either an a security coach that's there, who's there to kind of validate and say, yeah, that's legit, that's not legit. Also, within the CTM 3000, when it suggests all these things, you have a section where you can also validate and stuff, you know, like, oh, this is relevant or this is not relevant also, both on the threats and the mitigations as well.
Yeah, another question?
Thank you for the great talk. Besides the swag, what else did you use in terms of behavioral economics to actually drive the change in behavior in your organization?
So the most that we were, I mean, swag is swag, and swag is a bit superficial, I totally understand. What we did do is a lot of praising, right? So at Ubisoft, we have a lot of tools for recognition. We have like employee recognition programs and stuff, you know, where you submit a nomination to someone and the entire department sees it, you know, and if they get selected, you know, you know, not only does the name get in the list, you know, but they get like whatever $150 gift card. We used the praise of leaders as well, because we do have cadences of like quarterly town halls and communication ceremonies, the Friday message. So we use that as well as if we see certain teams that are going like, you know, they're doing the hustle and whatnot, we would make the effort to send that information of, hey, these people are killing it in this program. And so we make sure that their leaders were aware of it. And depending how that person is, not everyone likes public recognition, right? So we make a choice, you know, either, you know, they say it privately in a one-on-one, hey, you're killing it, or if it's a person who thrives off of recognition, then they get, you know, those mentions too in those more public events.
Okay, thank you.
I think there was one more.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do we have? Yeah, we're out of time. I'm sorry.
We can talk after.
Thank you.
It was 30 minutes exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super happy. Sorry for the last question.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
Perfect. No,
Hello, Coco. I love your hustle. Oh, I'm gonna have to leave my.
Oh, your turn.
Yeah. Oh, I get a point. Thank you.
Very nice start.
Thank you. I told myself to bring water like the keynote speaker did, and I forgot to drink it.
I know many of the founders.
No way!
I was taught threat modeling by Brooke Schoenfield when I worked at Intel.
Okay.
And a bunch of other folks that are required.
Ouais, j'ai noté ça.
Training? Okay.
Oh, shit. Tupper?
Is that better or worse?
Yes.
Hello, ça va? Et toi?
Je pense que bye-bye, mais... Ça va?
Ouais, je t'accorde. Oh, ouais, je suis arrivé hier soir.
You're doing that on stage, we're gonna call it an ambulance. Just kidding. But,
Ah, ok, on attend que lui.
Okay. Wait a second, I have to put it back in.
Point.
Non, c'est ça.
Hier, tu t'es pogné un autre théâtre.
Ouais.
T'es-tu tout seul de ta gang ou...
Non, on est.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me just make sure.
Here.
Thank you. Did you take this off for me? Thanks, Vincent. That should be good. It's you, right? I'm not putting the mic on the wrong person? No. Here we go. This, oh, okay, I see what's going on. Sorry, can you just turn? I'm sort of stuck between you and the pole here. Thanks. There we go. Attach this to your belt. What is your talk on?
Threat modeling and offensive security.
Okay, more threat modeling talk. You do the same thing that she does.
Yep, yep.
Right on.
With
Sorry,
the
this
touch
is,
of,
I'm gonna have to make this larger for you. You're closer to my size than her size. There we go. Pull this side through. Yo, you want to pull down those faders a little bit, just a touch. Sort of aggressive in the room.
Relax, this is chill.
There we go. Excellent. Is everything else okay?
I think it is.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. You're on. Perfect. So
Okay.
they're going to show you.
Yeah, okay. Ah ouais, moi ça va.
Hello. Hello. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back. Our speakers
On est
are
pas
ready.
prêt.
Okay, all set.
Non, on n'est pas prêt, on
So,
n'est pas prêt.
For this talk, we'll have two speakers. We'll have Martin Dubé, who is the president and co-founder
Attends, on va
of
attendre.
NorthSec. NorthSec is a cybersecurity consulting firm specializing in offensive security services. And we also have Jonathan Marcel, who is an application security consultant. Basically, it means he's rich enough to work whenever he wants. This is what it means. Is that true? No. I'm allowing myself to do some little jokes just because the two speakers are part of the NorthSec family for so many years. You probably already know them, so I'll leave the floor to them. So, welcome.
Vas-y. All right, so let's plug the implant.
Implant ready.
Implant ready. So, welcome everyone. Like we just said, this is offensive security and threat modeling and unlikely collaboration. We are at NorthSec 2026. Martin?
Let's go. Didn't have your disclosure, no?
Oh yeah, the disclosure is I never saw the talk you saw just before. How many in the room were in the talk for threat modeling and they're doing a double-decker right now? By Arizona. Okay, so I never saw the talk before, okay, because you'll see there's some ties in that you couldn't plan ready if you didn't see it, but I'm telling you, I never saw it.
All right.
Go on, Martin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to give this talk about offensive security and threat modeling. Well, I mean, I'll introduce, so we'll just jump into the topic. So what is offensive security? We could just say that it's breaking things on a deadline. That's a very short definition. I personally prefer the longer one. It's authorized practices designed to assess or simulate, can do both, to attack surface of any kind, applications, data, systems, whatever, to do at least three things: measure real exposure, validate defenses, and prioritize what matters. And there is a strong relationship there, I'm sure you will discover during this talk. And all those activities can be done with colorful activities like red team or purple team and everything. I know most of the people in the room already know that, so we'll jump that, we'll skip that. Do we still need offensive security today? I strongly believe that yes. There will be some great talk after that on especially Graph. Sorry, I forgot the name, but yes, we still need offensive security because defenders usually still think in lists and attackers think in graph. And the gap in between is where the breaches live. And in my opinion, the gap won't fix by itself. We need to think like attackers to really move security forward. It's by far, security is not compliance. So let's accept that it's relevant today, but the shape of the work is extremely changing. So let's say the easy half can be automated most of the time, so you can do offensive security with a lot of tools that are automated. SAS, DAS, dependency scans, now agentic tooling. And I strongly believe that this can be moved to the developer endpoint right now. So there's maybe half of the tests that can be done at an endpoint tooling, but the other half has always been and still require knowledge, strong understanding of the environment and the target. And this is what this talk is about. I mean, I believe that to do quality offensive security testing, you still need to have a strong understanding to simulate it the way a real adversary would attack it. So we could say that the depth of understanding is the ceiling of what manual engagement can do. So we need a way to build this understanding on purpose, and yeah.
All right, so what is threat modeling? Okay, I'm doing the same as the picture, that's good. Okay, so what is threat modeling? You already kind of saw it in the talk before if you were there. My name is Jonathan, again, I'm the enthusiast here. Everything I'm gonna actually talk about is defined and inspired by the Threat Modeling Manifesto, which is a web page at this point with information on it. I was part of the very large group that worked on this, and so it's there if you want to look it up, but you don't need it for the details we're gonna get. So, ready threat modeling is you think about what can go wrong, okay? And when you think about that, you have to organize it in a way that you can use it later, you can use it now. It's very systematic, okay? The reason you're doing that is because you want to ally the security and the privacy concerns. So if you look at the entry points, the data asset, you ask yourself what can go wrong with those, right? So in a pen test, it's the type of thing that you do. In a threat modeling, it's the type of thing you think about that might happen. So, and the way we could do this is to analyze representations of a system. You've seen that we can use diagrams, but I would say that anything that came out of a brainstorming session that is an output of that can be used as a representation. So any view that you have ready that is useful for you to use during threat modeling actually is a representation, so that's good. Right, so threat modeling should, right? So it should really revolve around a culture of collaboration that is about the finding and the fixing of the issues over compliance. Like Martin just said, remember, compliance is not the security, and the same is for threat modeling. If you're not doing that in order to find and fix issues, why doing it at all? We don't want like a checkbox, maybe somewhere. It's not gonna give you anything. But then if you do it as a culture, and then we say we do this for collaboration, you will see you will have great gains out of it. So it should also be following an ongoing journey over a snapshot. This means that don't just create a model and you call it a day, and then you never touch it later, you never reuse it, you never update it. It needs to be a living thing, right? Again, you don't want to be compliant and just deliver something and be done. You want a thing that is useful, and a threat model is really useful when it's a living document that will follow you wherever you go. So it will grow the understanding of everyone involved about the systems and the threat, and it's going to be like a self-contained thing inside the threat model. So the collaboration, like we said, is kind of the core of this talk, right? Because this is not a talk that will show you how to do threat modeling or to do pen testing or offensive security. It's going to show you that, as an example, we can have a feedback loop between the offensive, like the security side of things, and the software development teams, right? So one of the ways that we can think of doing that is you can confirm the effectiveness of any security control, right? Because you're thinking about them during threat modeling, you're identifying them, and you say they're supposed to do this, and then the pen test will show, okay, it's actually breakable or not, or it's strong enough, right? The other part that could help the pen test itself, right, because it's a feedback loop, it can go both ways. You can augment the target, let's say the selection for the targets for the pen test, by having a diagram, by having some visualization somewhere. Like that team could actually like be better at identifying, okay, we need to attack that, we can use that entry point, we can go that way. So let's go with a small threat model example. We kind of made up a modern, let's say, system. This is very, very made up, and like I said before, I haven't seen the talk before. So it's called the AI Fridge 3000. I don't know why the 3000 number come up, but that thing, okay, conceptually, it was created by token maxing, okay? So you can picture a system that has everything that might look a little bit weird, because why would he hold a door like this? If you pay attention a little bit to the representation of my system, you will get some hint that it might be maybe a little bit slop, right? So let's do data flow diagrams in one slide. I know that we just saw that before, but like, if you see a rectangle like this, this is what we call an actor. So it's either a bad or a legit user. It can be a user agent, or guess what, an AI agent, I dare say. Then a process, an application, API, and a system. Data store, we use the two line like this. You could use other things, but this is like the standard one. So it's either a database or file system. And then the infamous boundary, which is kind of the trust boundary that everything inside, let's say you will trust around that process, and everything outside you won't. And then, well, it needs to flow, right, because it's a data flow, so you add some arrows when you see that one system goes to another, and that's where the data go through. When it goes through a boundary, then maybe some more risk are there, right? So another thing that we like to do, and I know that Martin uses it a lot as well, is to just add a small label, and then you have the legend at the bottom. And so this is really in one slide that now we can see, right? Because the thing is, if you try to model something, this one is still big enough, but you will see we'll have other examples that it tends really to be large. I wanted you to grasp the element and then look at it. The goal of this is not to go through all the thing and say, oh, there's a brain, look, there's API, okay? At this point, you can use this just to ask a few questions about the AI Fridge 3000. So why is there a GPU inside the fridge? Because I see a GPU driver there, right? It's inside the boundary of the fridge, so it's there. So maybe it's good because you can cool the GPU with it, or maybe, I don't know, it adds some heat, I don't know. Anyway, why is there a shared drive over the internet as part of it? I mean, it's supposed to be the technology of the future, but then it still uses that. Maybe there's like some logic behind this. And then if you dig a little bit more, on the bottom right, well, what you see there are like the data assets, right? You can list that and add some label and say, here's my data asset, they live there and there. And then I see that there's a thing that's called like the privacy aware pictures, and it's next to marketing telemetry, and they both follow each other. It's kind of strange, right? That you have a thing that is supposed to be like the privacy okay, and then marketing telemetry, it just doesn't fit much in my brain. And so I'm like, yeah, maybe the design is a little bit slop, right? So that's pretty much an example that I gave you of just, here's a DFD, and then you ask a few questions, and that's it. You don't need like to do more because you already have great questions. So another disclaimer, ready for this one, for the confidentiality reasons, okay, everything that Martin is going to talk about is about the AI Fridge 3000, okay? It's not really real, right?
Nope.
Right, okay, it's not,
real.
okay.
Not real. All right. So using threat model to enhance a pen test. Oops. What's going on?
I think the AI Fridge is having a problem right now, sorry.
On t'entend plus. We don't hear you anymore. Something is broken. Okay. All right, let's go. So as I said earlier, let's say we were doing it the old way, just a pen test, like, I mean, most of the time without the threat model, what I call just opportunistic pen testing. And by the way, I'm not criticizing that. I'm just mentioning that when it's leveraged by threat model, it brings more value. But the old way would be like that. Pen tester, some API, the client says, hey, you would test my API, please, and we will provide some content. One of the things is that you have a risk of confirmation bias, meaning the pen tester will only focus on what he knows. So there's no way to really increase your understanding of the environment or the system. When you use threat model, you do all kind of stuff, and you finalize by mentioning some threats. Those threats should help you make a better test plan and have your eyes on the right place. So that's really one of the purpose. Sorry, my phone is ringing.
Is it the AI Fridge calling you?
It must be the AI Fridge, yeah. Okay, so the case study, let's imagine that this fleet of 500 AI Fridge needs to be deployed at a very remote location, and we need a private LTE network to handle the wireless communication because it's very remote. We don't have enough, money to send repeater, and Wi-Fi is not the right technology for this need. So we need a private LTE network. Just a parenthesis, once in my life I have had a client requesting a threat model before doing the test plan, and the test plan needed to be accepted to do the pen test. So it was extremely rigid, but it bring a lot of understanding of the system. It was really interesting. Not exactly this one, but it happened, and I'm glad to see that when a client is very mature. All right. So in this case, the So private LTE network is a bit...
Everything is going wrong right now. I wish
The-
we were in the fridge. Like literally a fly on his head. That's funny. Okay.
Neither the client or myself had a very strong understanding. It's very niche, and you know, LTE network. We had a talk at 1:30 this afternoon. Very good, but it's very niche. Not many pen testers have had the chance to touch this, and so even the client actually. So this company, the cybersecurity team were not really aware of the risk of such technology because it was too different from what they used to see. And so, and all at the end of the day, all the organization wanted is to have a secure environment. So threat modeling saved the day. All right. A few words about LTE. When you have LTE, it's not like you don't manage Wi-Fi with a pre-shared key. It's very different. Actually, you use SIM cards, which contains encryption keys, and they are usually imported in HSS. And the SIM provisioning itself is a big subject. And making sure that the right device gets access to the right network is very important. So the exercise was about doing something like that. But we'll focus, and the goal is to show you the workshops and the things that were raised during the workshop to give you the benefits of threat modeling. So first case study, we were at, I think, the first workshop talking about third party because, yeah, there was a third party handling the platform for SIM provisioning. So even if the network was very remote, very far away, the software to provision the SIM cards was on the internet. So we first asked, well, who is accessing this API? Because yes, there was an API exposed on the internet. Nobody answered on the call, except one brave engineer who said, "Oh, we use it for monitoring." Then okay, fine. So I guess you need read access to access the API. And he said, "No, the platform doesn't support fine-grained token, but it's whitelisted." So I was like, okay. So the token is very big, admin access, maybe we can create accounts, but they have put in place a mitigation control. Great. So we added to our test plan this threat, and we included the API in the scope. At first, we didn't want to test it, but we added after this discussion. Second case study. We were studying like this, we don't see my laser. New platform, legacy platform. So there was a new platform, so they were very proud to talk about this one. I asked, walk me through this platform. It's very modern, it uses MFA, it is SaaS, all the latest things. It has even been pen tested before. Great. The same brave engineer mentioned, well, yes, but there is a legacy platform. This is when we added this bubble. That is still used today, and actually the new platform doesn't work. It's been we have been opening a ticket for 6 months, so we still use the legacy platform to do our things, and this one is really not secure, no MFA, things like that. So I said, well, okay, we were going to test the new platform, but we are going to actually test also the legacy platform.
All right. So here's a threat modeling takeaway I will take out of that, right? Because we just seen like this is a real made-up use case. I don't follow anymore, but okay. So the takeaway from this is that when you have a global diagram view that you worked on, okay, it promotes the clarification between all the people involved, right? So if there's missing elements, it's just not there, and maybe some people are like, oh, you're missing that. If there's some details that doesn't align well, then they can say they can correct the stuff. Human beings love to correct other, and it's a good way to have a threat model and be like, just correct the threat model, and then they're gonna jump in and they're gonna contribute more, right? Asking questions like I did in my demo was one of the key things that we saw into the engagement that they have for the case studies, because they were like just asking, hey, this, and then you're just like, with a thing that sounds like it could be not really possible, but then this is the truth because they will correct you and they will say it in front of it because you are kind of confronted with the model in front of you, and so you need like to interact with that. Instead of just being in a room where just you're spitballing stuff, because you don't have like a concrete view in front of you, it might just be, I don't know, if you want to interject with someone, you could, but it's less polite, let's say, and then when you have the model in front, then it makes it more official, more, let's say, streamlined.
And last example, so I was very surprised how many third-party, it was not clear and I didn't really mention it, but there was 2 companies involved before reaching the core network. So you had the system on the internet and many communications going through IPsec, MPLS tunnels, several servers, to eventually the system that provision the SIM card. So I was like, is my understanding correct? So the provisioning go through web portal, then another third party, then it reaches HSS. Correct? Yes. So then it was clear for me that the HSS API was the most important part. So I had the question, walk me through the authentication process, tell me how it works. And then some participants said, yeah, it's just a dedicated token, so we have provided token, it's configured earlier. Okay, great. And then my best friend, the brave engineer, he mentioned again, well, the default password of the admin is an empty string. It's written in the documentation and the vendor doesn't ask us not to change it. So we have 2 arrows to the HSS API, one from a third party and one from a technician. At this point, I was very stressed to understand like if it's 2 different components or if it's the same one, because they can use a token, but if they try without a token, then we're kind of screwed. There's a shortcut there and they make absolutely no sense. So it was clear that this needed to be added to the test plan.
Yeah, this sounds a bit like maybe far-fetched, but trust me, it's not. A lot of the times that I was doing threat modeling, it's every time there's somebody that says something and you're joking, no? Right? So another takeaway that we can get from that is that, we saw the boundaries before, if I can go back on this one, with the LTE network and everything. Like, the interactions that you will see over those boundaries are the stuff that are at risk, like I said before, right? Okay, and so it is a good way to show people that when we want to test, let's say, some of the parts, that's where we're going to focus on. And so they get a perspective of what is going out around, right? And so this means that, I don't know, you're doing like the pen test, and instead of just being like mostly set with a less, I don't know, IP address range or anything like that, then at least you know a little bit what is going around, what are inside and outside the boundaries, and so it gives you a view that is going to help you down the line.
So in the end, we did something like that, and we added many, many parts to the test plan, and to make sure that we cover the right things, everything that looked weird. Then from the test plan, we could build the requirements. Well, the threat model. From the threat model, we did the test plan. It's just a very short version of it. Of course, completely invented, but approach. You know more if you need like a gray box approach with documentation, or you can do it purely black box, for example. And all the credentials, or the URL, all the access as well, because when it's a big corporation, just having access to the right VLAN can be challenging. So you dress a list of that, and it's much more easier to proceed. So now, how does the feedback loop, well, what's the feedback loop into the threat model?
That poor fridge.
Very nice image.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not criticizing opportunistic pen tests. Everyone do it, me included. But let's say you take a look at those vulnerabilities as a pen test report. Which one would drive business change? None. Because the goal is really more, when you use threat model to do your testing and to make sense, you start from your threat and you can connect your results to the threat. For example, all the threat that we mentioned through threat modeling, we can say if yes or no we have been able to materialize it during the test. And findings are actually the results that explain that. In this scenario, the firewall rule that we had approved by email that was working, well, it was not working. So we could simulate a stolen key. It was a plausible scenario to believe that, well, if someone steals an API key, he could use it from everywhere else. Things like that. We mentioned, could we gain access to the provisioning platform through, let's say, phishing? On the first platform, no. But on the legacy platform, there was a SSRF account takeover, for example, and this was materialized. And the opposite is also possible. I mean, you can confirm that the controls in place are working, which is very good, but it adds this nuance of what was succeeded and not.
Yeah, so we kind of just said that a little bit, but you can improve your threat model. Like I said, you need to update it over time and stuff. And the validation of assumptions is really strong here. This means that, have we made up threats before that are already realistic or not? So have they materialized, like Martin just said? Is there any security control that actually prevented exploitation? So we thought that this was a threat, but now the threat is maybe lower priority because the security controls are doing a good job and we just tested it. The other good thing, again, this is a bit of a repeat, but you can discover the unknown, right? So during your pen test, maybe you found a new component with that IP address range, and now, whoop, it's there. It wasn't in the threat model. What you need to do is to go back and update the threat model. So that's why it's important to have the feedback loop, right? And also for unknown attack vectors, maybe we didn't know about them because when we trace like all the data flows and everything, it kind of get messy, and we miss maybe an entry point, or we miss a way to get to a data asset or anything like that. And so by doing the pen test, if you have a new attack vector, then you resurface it, and again you roll back into your threat model to update it so that the next time you do another iteration, maybe you find other stuff, maybe you go deeper, and etc. So the conclusion, I think we spoke enough about the details and stuff. I think that we got in the room that there's like kind of a gain of just having both the threat modeling and the pen testing and both with each other. We've been leaning more towards like the offensive securities, like the side of things, because that's Martin's experience, or made up experience, out of it. So the conclusion I wanted to talk about is threat modeling and AI, because of course I cannot mention AI even if the AI fridge is one. I already see the threat modeling as a methodology to steer AI, okay? We've been talking there about like, how you can use threat modeling as a method, right? And this, I don't think it will change, because you can use it to select the priorities, and you can use it also to align with your business needs and you identify threats. And so those things will come from humans, and then alignment really could be a thing for AI. So on the human side, I really think that humans ought to be accountable, not machines. This means that, while AI will create and mitigate threats, the actual people, the human, are still going to be in charge. Well, I hope, like the AI fridge doesn't take over, I guess, but like the human being will still need to assess the risk according to their own tolerance, because they will be in charge, they will be management, they will be the deciders, right? And the threat modeling helps a lot to have a big picture that they can just mostly consume. Because, right, you have that whole bunch of AI-generated stuff on one side, you're doing AI threat modeling, and then you need to make a decision, and there's maybe pages and pages of output. If you just look at a threat model and you streamline it inside a threat modeling methodology, then you will have a clear thing that you know how to grasp and you're used to it, and then you can make the proper decisions. This could even be used in a fully autonomous world with AI. So the last thing that I wanted to say is what I call threat modeling forever. It sounds like a song. I guess I know I need to make it. So in a future where pen testing becomes autonomous, humans could use AI-based threat modeling to understand the big picture and select priorities. So what do you think of that? Do you think it's a slop? Or maybe it's plausible? All right. big thanks. We're going to take a few questions because I think we're fine. Thank you. Merci, merci. I don't know if I have the mic. So any questions, any complaints? Anyone hungry and want to pick inside the iFridge 3000 and get your hand chopped? Because there's probably a hacksaw in that.
No questions?
This means it was clear enough.
Clear as mud.
Clear as water.
Give it up for our presenters.
Thank you.
Non, ça, ils vont nous l'enlever.
OK.
C'est à toi? Non.
Non.
Mais j'ai pas les vôtres. Parce que j'avais ceux des autres speakers qui avaient changé de salle.
Avant, c'était Andréane.
Ouais, Hugo en a dans l'autre salle si vous voulez.
Okay, on peut aller le voir puis demander.
Ouais, sinon.
On a oublié de faire le call-out.
En effet.
Moi, je te regardais, mais j'ai peut-être été trop vite.
Je sais pas cliquer pantoute. Oh, c'est pas grave.
OK, on va descendre.
Hey, salut! Comment ça va?
Ça va super bien. Je voulais dire merci en personne.
Ah, ben, ça fait plaisir, man. Merci, merci.
L'utilisation de l'AI ici.
Ouais, on a essayé. Essayer de faire quelque chose de drôle.
Did you just describe Mythos from Tropic?
Do you think Mythos is an AI fridge or?
On se reparle. Ouais, on va se recroiser. C'est-tu là demain aussi? Parfait. Ah, on se trouvera du temps. Super.
This is exactly what Anthropic provided
Well,
with their new model.
Okay,
Is
that's
the AI
not
fridge gonna
true
bomb a
for,
children's school?
At least one or two use cases. If you read their blog post, their team has actually posted on that. And one of them, they
Are you our next presenters?
We are.
Excellent. Okay, who's going to speak first?
I don't know.
That shouldn't be a difficult question.
Yeah, just I'll do the first like.
Well, who's doing the first part?
We switch in between all the time. So you can just keep us on.
No, yeah, I plan on keeping you on. It's just so I know who's one and two. I will make you one, ladies first.
Okay, perfect.
All right,
As long as I can interrupt him all the time.
Yeah, you're good. It's just for me to know, like, you know, if one of your microphones sounds weird, which one I'm adjusting.
Well,
We have these presenter notes that tell who's doing which slides, and I just forgot it for the first one. So.
Whatever. Are we doing
I
presenters?
just follow. It's not.
Are you doing presenters mode actually?
Yes. I'm gonna clip this on.
I can figure out how it works.
Heb je het gecheckt dan hoe het werkt?
Have a belt?
Nope, I don't have a bell, but you can just clip
I'm
it.
actually wearing pants though.
I'm wearing
have
pants.
Dresses on, and I like.
I know.
angle it off.
Just fix this. It's kind of stuck.
What did you see the weather? This is not dress weather.
Oh, I don't know. I don't wear dresses much.
No?
No, when I'm wearing a dress, it doesn't matter what the weather is.
Oh yeah, well it's just if it's good
As
occasion.
long as it's a Saturday night, baby.
Yeah. And a good club.
I'm just kidding. I've never worn a dress, but it seems liberating.
Yeah.
Like a summer dress.
Summer, yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah, right? This guy knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he always wears the summer dresses. That's why.
All right. And then I'll just put this up here. Go ahead, you can let your hair down.
Woo!
Great. I'll just bend this so it's a little closer to your face, rather than my constant poking.
I have nothing interesting to tell, so.
Nothing interesting to tell?
No.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just here for the fun and for the party. Only here for the food. I'm here for the croissants.
Yeah. That's better. The question is, can you?
Here, see. Everyone left for the other one. Everyone left for the other presentation. We're not popular.
They'll come back. They've done this.
What is a beer?
Every single presentation.
Is there beer?
Yes.
Oh.
Didn't you say you were here for the beer?
No, for the croissants. Only here for the croissants.
Where are you guys from?
The Netherlands?
We both don't drink beer. We both don't drink beer.
You say you both don't drink?
We have.
Oh, no beer.
Oh, yeah. I don't drink beer either.
I drink other stuff.
Yeah.
Like?
Water.
Water. Wow.
I'm a very exciting person.
I never drank beer, and that's probably why I quit drinking.
You want something to drink? Water?
Water,
water.
please.
You have water? Do you want some?
Oh, I have water too. Brilliant.
You make my life.
My work drink, it was never beer.
Yeah, I know. We're here for you, to support you. Yeah.
I can enjoy that.
He has interesting things to tell, actually, so
Oh, yeah?
make it work.
That's better.
You know, when I studied sound 12 years ago, the teachers never said, you're going to be touching a lot of ears.
Or people in general, I think.
Yeah. I'm off a lot of people's shirts on a regular basis. With their consent.
I hope so.
I promise. Swear to God. There we go. You do get the occasional person that's like, I'd like to go put this on myself. I'm like, thank God, I don't have to deal with this. All right, so that's pretty good. Are you relatively comfortable?
Is it the British guy?
No, it's...
It's mine. I just plugged it in.
Yours, not ours. It's not my charger at all.
It's just not plugged into the... There's no laptop.
Yeah. I'll fix that part as well.
Let me just tuck this cable so it's not... You don't walk around with a tail.
Why? Maybe he likes that.
I don't know what your fetish is, man. I'm not going to shame you.
Oh, this presentation is going to
talk with this
derail.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's already
Thank you.
great.
Did you guys fly here just for this?
Well, yeah, I was already on my way, so yeah, just a stop.
Really? Where are you going?
Australia.
This is on the way to Australia?
Yeah, well, if you close the Middle East and you're not allowed to fly into China, there is not a lot of possibilities.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like,
So you gotta go to Vancouver?
yeah, and then Brisbane.
Oh.
Yeah, tomorrow. So
Tomorrow?
so I skipped Saturday fully. There's no Saturday for me.
That's called time travel.
It's like when you open the Air Canada app, it's like arrival plus 2 days. It's like, what the F?
Yeah, that's cool.
Nah, not really.
Well, because when you come back, you get the days back.
No, yeah, just 8 hours.
Because you're gonna come back through the Middle East?
Yeah, well, Singapore. That was an option, way back.
I get it.
Yeah, it
so
is.
You came here instead of Singapore.
Yeah.
Singapore's not that bad.
I don't know. I see the airport for 3 hours and that's it.
There you go. I tried to go to Australia in 2020, but it was on fire in January. Do you remember that? So instead, we booked a trip to to Southeast Asia because nothing bad happened in Asia in 2020.
Oh no, absolutely nothing.
Totally normal.
No, March? What? February?
Yeah,
I have no clue.
Literally, I got back from Malaysia. I was in the rainforest. We were looking for orangutans in the rainforest. Got back and COVID hit like a week later. I was like, did I do that?
Well, there's another one happening right now, so let's not.
hantavirus.
Yeah, so
Stay the fuck away from.
stay the fuck away from everyone. I'm not supposed to be on the cruise ship.
No. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna pull your mic a little closer if it's okay with you. Oh, it's off your ear. I swear these things are made for people with like detached earlobes. All right.
Yeah?
Great. You're, like,
Oh, I was just starting on the
Brittany, you're
Oh.
toxic.
I'm just trying to
Okay,
figure out
whatever.
how this whole Google Docs thing works.
Here, there's no
It's
one.
like all the Google propaganda that I don't know how to work
Maar
with.
snap jij deze presenter-view?
Ik snap deze, maar ik weet niet of dit nu ook op mijn tweede scherm staat, want ik kan het tweede scherm niet zien.
Moet je even vragen.
What's the name of your company?
Outsider Security.
You want to know the name of my employer too?
Is it okay to mention it?
Yeah, sure. We'll go.
It's on all the slides. It's on all the slides. So.
It's an older slice, like... maar ja, misschien moet je hem even checken met de mensen hier.
Do we still have a few minutes? Or you want to start? Just want to know if they see the slides or if I need to move around something.
En anders hebben we hem zonder presenter slides. Ja. Hi.
Can you see the slides?
This is presenter mode. Is it extended or is it mirrored?
That's a good question.
I mean, mine's on extend, but I don't know if this... if I can move this to the other screen and then F11 it or
I
something
think
like
it's
that?
just gonna out on it. I don't know exactly.
Oh, here's your screen.
Oh.
Yeah, because we're just That's
You're
basically
seeing
what
this?
We're seeing. There you go.
En kan je hem nu even...
F11 this.
So one or the other is fine as long as it's present.
Ja, bij F11 it.
Yeah, but that doesn't work.
Kan je hem niet rechtermuisknop fullscreen? Nee, gewoon op je bar daarboven. Ja, maar dan heb je hier je notes niet, of wel?
Nee.
Ja, en dan kan je die wel terug doen.
Maar nu is het niet full screen.
Wat?
Nu is het niet full screen.
Nee, I know.
Why does this?
Maar je kan die andere toch wel fullscreen doen?
Dat weet ik niet.
Gewoon daar rechtermuisknop, toch?
Je kunt het ook zo doen. Lekker
Lelijk.
Ja, of we mirroren hem, of we doen hem... dan hebben we geen notes.
Kan je hem hier niet...
Still
Dat
trying
hier
to
niet
figure out how to
tussen.
do it full screen, but otherwise we'll just wing it. Yeah,
Maar
but
kan je hem hier
it doesn't
niet?
do anything.
Hier, je kan de menu wel... Oké, never mind. Ja! Maar doet hij het nu? Ga eens naar de volgende.
Welcome to the last talk of the day.
Okay,
I
ready?
see a few faces that were here
What?
early morning.
Oh shit.
Yes, like you.
What?
I'm not going to name you again, though.
kan
So I
niet
don't have
zien.
any bio, and I don't know these people. No, it's a joke. I have literally begged them to come and present. So first, Salle, which worked for a very small company that maybe some of you have heard of. It's called Google. And Dirk-Jan is the CEO and founder of Outsider Security. So give it up for Salle and Dirk-Jan.
Well, thank you for coming, and thanks for the invite, Mathieu. Really appreciate it. I think last year we were wondering, well, we go way, way back, like homies since 10 years, and we actually wanted to combine our forces and present something, and we couldn't find anything for 10 years until I switched from offensive security to threat intel. And we thought, what if we combine those forces? And it was even better when I found a threat actor using one of his tools. So that's why we started researching this, resulting in this presentation, Cloud Security Researcher versus Threat Actor. And I'm not a threat actor, by the way.
Yeah, so I'm the researcher in this story. I'm Dirk-Jan. I have my own company, Outsider Security. So I'm the CEO of like one person, because it's just me freelancing, but I guess CEO sounds nicer. I do focus most of my research on the Microsoft Cloud. So that's also what most of these techniques are going to be about. Mostly just because I don't know anything about the other clouds. Like you saw me fiddling with this Google Docs thingy. I don't know how to get that in full screen. But we managed, so that's... The rest is going to be on the Microsoft Cloud. I have a reasonable knowledge about that, how that works.
Oh yeah, and I'm just part of 180,000 employees in one company, working as a principal analyst for the management part of Google Cloud, mainly focusing on espionage groups, interesting for Europe.
Yeah, so this presentation is going to be a researcher versus threat actor. And before we dive into the cases, we want to talk a little bit about the differences between these, like primarily in motivation, why they do what they do. If we talk about researchers, I mean, most of the researchers are people like me or like us that are working in a security company. They need to do their pen test. They want to figure out how to better protect their clients. And the things that they focus on are techniques that they can apply to make their life easier or to actually prove like some novel technique to the customers that they're protecting. So these are primarily on initial access, lateral movement, or persistence. And also in the cloud case, they want to figure out how it works so that they can apply that in their day job, basically. So they just want to find something useful that's their motivation they can use.
Yes, and there are several kinds of threat actors, but I limited to two in this presentation. With financial gain threat actors as the first one, they exploiting cloud mainly for financial gain. So, for example, to do some shady stuff on all your resources, for example, resulting in big bills, or maybe password spraying to get information, maybe extortion. Credential access password spraying, voice phishing, and just normal phishing. And the other one, nation-state threat actors. You see nation-state threat actors using a little bit more stealthy ways to get into your, for example, Microsoft 365 tenant, exfiltrating sensitive data as more and more data is on the online SharePoint instead of on-prem versions, and use that for their internal intelligence.
Yeah, so this results a bit in a difference in motivation, because especially the nation states, they're mostly after information. While if you're a pen tester, then usually you don't need to dump all this information. It's enough to prove that you can access the information, that you have the privilege to do so. Of course, the threat actor actually wants to download the actual information. So you have more techniques that focus also on the latter part in the kill chain. Now, if we talk about the techniques in the cloud, then we can kind of differ between vulnerabilities and just overall techniques. Especially in the cloud world, of course, if you find something that is really a vulnerability, then the vendors... the way you can weaponize this as an attacker is that you can create this device code and then convince somebody else to enter that, and then you will get some authorization tokens that you can use to access data in like your victim's environment. So it was also observed that an attacker was doing this, and they were generating these device codes, sending them to their victims, and then if the victim actually entered the code, they would get access to the tenant. And the nice thing about this is that this all uses like legitimate like Microsoft services or legitimate URLs. So there's no like fake login infrastructure, not a fake phishing login page, but it's all like legitimate infrastructure. It's just the abuse of the protocol by itself. One of the downsides of this protocol is that once you generate such a code, it's only valid for 15 minutes, and that's like a thing that you sometimes need to work around a little bit. That's also what was observed during this attack.
Yeah, so if you only have 50 minutes that the token is actually valid, or the code is valid, you want to interact with the victim at the time that it's still valid, right? So what you see is the threat actors used building some report first. So first send a first email with, hey, are you available? And when they respond back immediately because they know that their victim is online or working on something. Of course, that is a way to persuade them, but well, it would be way better if that is not one of the constraints in this case. So instead of that, the attacker requests the device code phishing, device code in this case, they got a second version of this device code phishing campaign where the attacker didn't request the code first, but that the page requested the code, so they were not limited to those 15 minutes when running their campaign. And when we look at the device code phishing campaign, it's quite interesting if you look at the timelines. So first, device code phishing was first blocked by Dr. Azure AD, aka Nestory. If Nestory is watching, hey, greetings from us. And he blogged about device code phishing in October 2020. And this guy here blogged about phishing for primary refresh tokens in 2023. But last year, we saw some campaigns from different countries, nation-state threat actors, using device code phishing, the first version as presented and the second version as presented, but also phishing for primary refresh tokens. And that started in February 2025, and also new campaign was observed in July 2025. So what you see here is that there is some gap between October 2023 and February 2025, of course.
Yes, this is one of the cases where the research was kind of first, so this was a described technique which threat actors then started abusing. And it's also a very nice case that you can actually see that this research was actually weaponized in the wild, because especially the phishing for PRTs is a very specific variant on this attack that I wrote about in this blog in 2023. Why is this so nice? or why is this so much more interesting? If you do normal device code phishing, then you get an access token and a refresh token, which are for like one specific app, and it's limited to only that app. However, primary refresh tokens, they're single sign-on tokens. So if you have one of these, you can basically sign into any app or any website on behalf of the victim. This is also one of the first steps into bypassing some conditional access policies that might require a certain device state, for example. You've seen threat actors like registering fake devices, using that to bypass some of the company policies. So it's a much more powerful version of the initial attack, which was kind of like just taken from the publicly described research. So it was a variant that they used in their evolving campaign. After this, there was actually another evolvement. And this one is especially interesting for me because this is an example where the threat actor actually evolved by themselves, and they didn't use something that was previously described, but actually used kind of like a novel approach. And this is authorization code phishing, also called like consent fix. It's kind of like similar to the other like attack class ending with fix.
Click fix, for example, which is kind of the same, where you, well, he will explain it, but where you copy paste something. They were not really cool on the name, by the way. Click fix, consent fix.
Yeah, so I don't like the name consent fix because this is not related to consent at all. So that's just a bad name. So we're going to call it authorization code phishing because this is essentially a different OAuth flow that is abused in this case. So not the device code flow, but the authorization code flow. This is a very common OAuth flow, like kind of like the default OAuth flow. And the main part in this is that there's an authorization code, which is then used to exchange that for tokens. So normally, if you do this on a native app, then you open that app like on your device, like Teams or some CLI, for example. That app redirects you to an identity provider. It can be in a browser, embedded browser, doesn't really matter. You authenticate, and then the identity provider redirects you back to a listener on localhost, or the app itself captures this code in the embedded browser, and then it can exchange that code for a token. So this normally runs on your device, like your own local laptop. So of course, this is not something that's easily abusable by an attacker because it's meant for local authentication, not for like remote authentication, like the device code flow. So if you want to phish for this, I mean, I can do the first part if I'm an attacker. I can send the victim to the Microsoft login page. If they click on my link, I can redirect them there. But the problem, of course, is in this step, because in this step, the code goes to localhost or to some process that's running on the victim's machine. And of course, as an attacker, I don't have access to that. So I cannot like do the second stage in that. So if I do that, then my browser is going to be like, well, there's nothing running on localhost, so how is the attacker going to get this code? So the inventive part about this was that the attacker was instructing the victims to take the output in the URL bar and paste that back to the attacker. And if you do that, then the attacker does get the authorization code. They can then exchange that for a token, and then they actually get these tokens again. So this does require a bit more convincing of the user, because like it's telling somebody to copy-paste something from the URL bar into the attacker website is a bit more convoluted than just entering that code on a website and authenticating with that. But it's actually a pretty powerful technique. So this was described first of all, in March, April 2025, when Volexity observed Russian threat actors doing this, it shows a lot of similarities, basically, with the device code phishing campaign. They were also using this flow to register devices, getting primary refresh tokens, things like that. It was also published again by Push Security in December. They gave the name consent fix. They pretended this was like a super novel thing, but it was already done earlier in February by some other nation states. So they were it was kind of an evolution of the previous device code-based attack, just using a different OAuth flow. The interesting part about this flow, aside from it being novel, is also that this will bypass a lot of common conditional access policies, because once this code is given out, then all the policies are kind of already processed. So if you have this code, then it will comply with most of these policies that are commonly used to block things like device code phishing. So there's a lot of controls against device code phishing, but most of these are not effective against authorization code phishing. So it's much more powerful, but it does require the user to perform more extensive steps.
So we go to the next case where the researcher researched cloud application backdoors and where we observed the downstream customer compromise with applications. Yes, next. So what we observed last year is this specific attack chain. There was a threat actor compromising an organization, a SaaS application organization, with just regular ways how to get in. For I think it was MySQL or something like that. Getting in and getting into that organization. But by then, by abusing, compromise that organization by abusing service principals to also access other tenants. And it worked kind of like this. So the SaaS provider was, SQL injection web shell was compromised. Then they weaponized their access, leveraging that Azure service principal. There were multiple organizations targeted, but it was like US government sector entity and US legal entity. And by getting in there, they exfiltrated a lot of information. So we could see, for example, that they tried to get specific information from their SharePoint, online SharePoint entities, all related to national security, for example. And in one instance, after getting access, they made like hundreds of Graph API requests to extract user lists from the tenant, added new secrets to other cloud applications to maintain access. And they also used Azure Hound, Azure-specific entity of Bloodhound to gather information about Entra ID and Azure Resource Manager environments. And timeline kind of looks like this. So the first authentication attempt was was observed in the beginning using the service principal of a backup app that was in the tenant or connected to the tenant. And after 6 days, they did the authentication to the Graph API, exchanged online in the SharePoint for exfiltration. And 1 day later, they obtained persistence by modifying the key credentials property within the tenant.
Yeah, so this technique is very kind of following some of the architectural designs of Entra, and this is in case they were abusing a multi-tenant app. So what happens when you install a multi-tenant app is that you kind of like create a trust relationship with the tenant of the vendor. So you install their app into your tenant and you grant it access to the data that it needs. And if that's a backup app, then often it's quite extensive access. So these apps might have access to files. They might even have admin rights if it's like an IAM application that manages like users in your tenant. And then, of course, if the vendor's tenant is compromised, then they can use that app to also pivot into your tenant and to obtain access to your tenant with the same rights as what you granted to that application. So this is a kind of like a design scenario. There's not too much that you can do with this. It's really important to check like what kind of permissions you grant to these third-party vendor apps. But sometimes they need extensive permissions if you want them for backup purposes, things like that. But it's a risk that we see abused in this case. The researcher side of this was kind of the single tenant abuse. We also saw that the threat actor was adding like credentials to existing apps in the victim's tenant. This was something that I described already back in 2020, that you could use like existing apps in the tenant or even sometimes Microsoft apps to add credentials to these and then to access data with the existing privileges of these applications. And this is again an example of the difference between researchers and threat actors, because if you're doing a pen test, of course, you cannot just go and say like, oh yeah, I'm going to compromise this third-party SaaS platform and then I'm going to pivot to your tenant. But it is a real attack scenario that happens in the wild that threat actors can, of course, do. So they can specifically focus on these high-value companies and then compromise like all their customers in one go, which is kind of difficult to demonstrate in like a red team scenario. So we see that they use applications for persistence, as was described by researchers, but also that they have their own like opportunities to this in a cross-tenant like vendor relationship.
Yeah, and especially in this case, it's super interesting. For the ones not a threat intel doing threat intel 101, you have clusters with suspected subclusters, because when you try to link clusters to other clusters, you do that, for example, based on IP addresses, domains, kind of malware signatures, all that kind of stuff. So sometimes you have a cluster and you have no clue what you're looking at, but they might be somehow related. And in this case, what I showed with the downstream SaaS customer compromise, it was the same case. So what you see is that the threat actually is pretty big, but you see that they have several parts of the thread doing several specific things. And one of the things is that one part of the thread, like in the right or here, in the bottom left, they are really doing a specific thing on the Microsoft Cloud in this case. And that is kind of interesting because this was a group that was initially focusing a lot on edge device exploitation, but now they even also pivot from that edge device compromise to, for example, the cloud. And you see this as a shift of activity. So, for example, between 2025 and 2026, some threat actors shifted just from these edge device exploitation to Microsoft 365 and Enter ID for that long-term data exfiltration. And that, well, we already have suspicions that they might be working with people that have really good and niche knowledge and industry insights that you cannot have as, well, for example, if you are a red teamer, you're pretty versatile, or maybe you have some specific expertise, for example, but sometimes you also see that those threat actors have specific knowledge about industries or technical systems that is hard to get when you're not in that industry at all. And of course, that could be based on things that we already know about the cyber ecosystem. So, for example, with collaboration. And this presentation is about cloud security researcher versus threat actors, but who says that there might not be a gray area where they might be closely related? Because we know that some countries have outsourced offensive security to some private organizations, for example. They collaborate, work together, or that when there is a newly found zero-day vulnerability by a researcher in a country, that it first needs to be reported to the state before it is being disclosed to the vendor, or that they organize CTFs to find the top talent or universities or researchers to get those, get that information and get that knowledge. This was the part where we discussed the cases, and what we also did was, okay, well, we know that they have used, for example, blogs and information on their research that's being presented, but how are the tools developed or open source tools developed by researchers in the field being abused by those threat actors?
Yeah, so we want to go over a few open source tools. First one's going to be AD Internals. So AD Internals is a tool written by our Finnish colleague or co-security researcher, Dr. Nestori. And that is a very popular tool with threat actors. This is also a tool that has like some use cases where you actually run it on the victim infrastructure. And that, of course, creates more opportunities for detection because the tool that the attacker only runs on their device, you're not going to see that in your EDR telemetry, for example. But AD Internals was observed quite a lot, and especially the parts that need to run on the victim infrastructure.
So we have observed the use of AAD internals quite some time for financial gain and for espionage. So most of the cases they use it for lateral movement, and we have also seen some hands-on activity where the tool was used and observed. And what I thought was pretty interesting, because I was checking like what kind of hands-on keyboard activity have we observed, and I was checking the change log of AAD internals. I saw that one module that was recently, or that was released, was used within 2 months by the threat actor. That could be earlier, because what we already discussed several times, a lot of these timelines are based on what we observed, but of course it's all based on visibility. So there might be more visibility available, but at least that we saw that it only took 2 months is already pretty interesting to know from a researcher perspective.
Another tool I want to pick out here is RoTools, mostly because I wrote it. So
He has stickers, by the way.
I also have stickers if you want.
Yeah.
I have a lot of them, and I like to give stickers away. So this is Python-based, and the two main tools in the framework are RoadRecon. So RoadRecon is for reconnaissance, and that is actually quite popular with threat actors because you want to map your tenant, and then you can see what's in that tenant. So it's kind of comparable to Azure Hound, where what we saw before, Azure Hound also enumerates these users and these attack paths, and RoadRecon is just a different tool with a slightly different focus. You also have RoadTX. So RoadTX works with tokens. So all the attacks that we talked about before, with like primary refresh tokens, device code phishing for primary refresh tokens, using those to register fake devices, that's where you would use RoadTX. There's no built-in exploits in RoadTX, so it's not something you typically run on the victim machine. You run it on your own machine, which is also why it's a bit harder to establish whether threat actors actually use this, because in most cases it's not running in the victim environment. So you have to rely on the logs that it might generate.
Yeah, but in some cases you get lucky and you get your hands on some attacker infra, for example, or you have some collaboration so you can still see what kind of actions were observed by a threat actor. So that was one case that I could find, and this threat actor was observed to be using Road Recon, and pretty much shortly after publication on GitHub too, by the way. And like we said, it's pretty hard to detect it based on logging. So this is something that we got lucky, because you can actually see just the commands being executed by the threat actor. But this was not possible if you don't have that information, or don't have access to that information.
But since last week, Microsoft actually enabled the telemetry on the API that Road Recon uses. So now you can actually see all these queries. So if you rely on this being undetectable, which was the case before because there simply was no telemetry if you ran Road Recon, now companies can actually see it if they subscribe to these events. So more visibility, which means we might actually see this tool being used more. Sometimes you might get lucky. I don't know if people read this Huntress blog last year where the threat actor installed their EDR on their system. I thought it was pretty funny that the threat actor then was trying to use RoadTX, and they failed pretty badly at it. They couldn't figure out how the tool worked. So maybe that the tool is a bit hard to use. It's actually security measures so that these lowly skilled threat actors don't immediately get all the goodies. But yeah, if you install someone's EDR and then you fumble with all of these commands, then we also have insight into what people are doing.
Otherwise, you should ask him for training.
All right, so to close it off a few takeaways. So we already looked at the motivations, and motivation is a bit different between researchers and threat actors. We see that threat actors focus more on stealth and more on data exfiltration, while researchers usually care more about elevating privileges or getting persistence. We also see that we then have a difference in adoption.
Yeah, so what we saw in one of the cases, for example, is that they keep using the technique they've been using because it's still successful, but they only top up or make it better or use something else if they can get more out of it, the reward is higher, or that when their first technique didn't work anymore. And they do, so what I said, they do evolve if other options don't work because it's being blocked or it doesn't work anymore, and they step up their game and use research that's published.
Yeah, one little caveat to close it off is that we don't always have full visibility what happens into the cloud. First of all, we don't have all the telemetry. We cannot know what happens in the backend. Only the vendor can see that. And of course, we also don't know what historical vulnerabilities existed, because vendors aren't always open about that. Maybe there's 10 more supercritical vulnerabilities that nation states were abusing that we just never heard about or we never got all the details for. So this is just what we can learn from publicly observed things or from things that have been disclosed. And of course, always, because it's the cloud, it's on the internet, you can talk to the cloud from your own system, from any system in the world, which means you're not going to know the full picture. Sometimes you can see in the logs, okay, this tool was likely used because this is a user agent that's associated with a tool, but you're never going to know for sure. And of course, attackers can also obfuscate their tool usage, which is harder to do if you can run it on the victim machine and you actually get the artifacts from that. If you want to read about some of the things we talked about, there's some references that are included here. We will share these slides as well. Then you can learn about all the the background resources, the reports from Mandiant, and also the reports from the other vendors that we included in this talk. So thank you for your attention. As last talk of the day, glad to still see so many people here. I think we still have some time for questions if there are any.
Yeah, what? Do we?
We'll let Mathieu decide that.
It was
We can take 1 or 2 questions.
Or beers.
Or beers. Or ask questions during beers. You have a question? No?
He wants beer.
You do.
So the API you were talking about that they added logging, it's the graphwindows.net, and isn't that supposed to be deprecated for like the last 2 years? And do they plan on keeping it? Because my understanding was they planned on removing it completely, but now they just added logging. So I'm curious if you know if.
Yes, so you could already select it for the last 2 years, but it was never receiving telemetry, and now they actually started sending the telemetry, so you can see all the data that's requested over that API, comparable to the graph activity logs, the Microsoft Graph one.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Here's.
Well, give it up for Salle and Dirk-Jan.
Lekker gedaan. You're like.
Ooh, awesome.
Awesome.
Went a little bit over time, but.
Yeah, well, you started a little bit late.
Did
yeah.
1 minute because of the.
Oh, okay.
It's not too bad.
Oh, you didn't do the disclaimer like normally I do technical
No,
talks,
no.
but this
Never mind.
time. What happened?
Was fine.
Yeah?
Didn't have
Yo.
time for that.
What?
Yeah, I have stickers. Absolutely. I have Rotool stickers. And I have some. Yes. And I have some Defender Ate My Homework stickers,
I designed
which
that
we designed
one.
together.
Okay, we did it together. Okay, yeah, sure. You get some credits too. You'll get some credits.
You grab some.
I won't.
Yeah, of course. You can also take 2 of each if you want. I have like thousands at home.
You can make your wall full of it.
I'm gonna wait until, because, yeah, less questions and more like comments. We've had those kinds of attacks at our company.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I was just talking about these sorts of things. Maybe also methods of detecting these things. Because the methods of attack that you were describing were exactly the methods of attack that we've been seeing for the last 2 years.
Which one? Because we talked about quite a few attacks.
So, the initial phishing for credentials using the email that they pre-generated the token.
Mhm.
And the second one where they're the ones sending the token via the email, essentially as it was sent to a legitimate page, but then they would cookie grab the information out of it to hold the session.
Mhm.
And we've been having, so I read the initial research paper for the AD doctor one.
Yeah.
And then I started noticing these sorts of patterns late 2024, early 2025, when they started specifically targeting our director of sales for